Good afternoon and welcome to the school committee meeting. Today is Thursday, June 25th, 2020. It's 2:34. I am calling this meeting to order. Pursuant to the governor's order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 30A, Paragraph 20, as well as the Select Board's emergency order dated March 16th, 2020, the Holliston School Committee will be using remote participation for this meeting. The audio of this meeting is being recorded and will be posted to the HCAT webpage within 24 hours in accordance with the governor's emergency action requirement of keeping the public informed of actions during this meeting. I ask that all participants remotely attending this, please state your name for identification purposes each time you speak throughout the meeting. At this time, we will do a roll call attendance. Ms. Koshin.
Present.
Ms. Hanstead.
Present.
Mrs. Listevnik.
Present.
Ms. Naborski.
Present.
Ms. Savard.
Present.
Mr. Morton.
Present.
Mrs. Raffi, present. At this time, I will accept a motion to approve remote participation for this meeting.
Moved by Dawn. Seconded by Lisa.
Moved by Dawn, seconded by Lisa. Roll call vote. Ms. Koshin?
Yes.
Ms. Hanstead?
Yes.
Mrs. Listevnik?
Yes.
Dawn. Ms. Naborski?
Yes.
Ms. Savard?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mrs. Raffi, yes. Great, thank you all. So I'd like to just open the meeting by welcoming our newest member, Ms. Savard. Welcome. It's going to be a fun 3 years. Buckle up, Buttercup. We're on a mission. And I would also like to say, Brad, this is your last official meeting that we have scheduled with you. So enjoy it. And it's going to be the shortest one ever.
Don't make any promises you can't keep.
I will keep it, I promise. Okay, so we're going to jump right into our capital discussion. So Anne Louise, I'm going to hand it over.
Okay, everybody, let me just share my screen. I'm also apologizing for poor backlighting, but alas, you're not missing much by missing my face. Hang on. So I shared with the committee in advance a brief document that summarizes where we are in the capital planning process for the schools and some of the decisions that have been made to date with respect to the FY21 capital. The purposes of this quick meeting are to review and vote on one way or another, some recommended adjustments by the budget subcommittee. This document provided you with context and background so that we wouldn't have to go through all of it in the 15 minutes that we have, but I'll touch on a couple of points just so everyone knows what the changes are, and then we can move to a vote or answer questions. And then this will become the baseline pending any input and change in decision for our presentation on Monday night to the select board. Let me just bear with me 1 sec. I have to get you guys out of the way so I can see. So bottom line is that we're recommending adding back a little over $600,000 to the capital request. It would bring the amount to a total capital request of $747,214. It falls into two key areas. The first are kind of two key projects around building and maintenance, and those include the Miller Roof project, which has been on the list since we started capital earlier this year, capital planning. And the second is the Committee and Field Turf project. If all of you recall, that was part of our initial recommendation for high priority projects this year. It has been on our capital investment plan for probably at least 5, just so that we could have visibility into significant upcoming projects and not be caught off guard when they needed to be addressed by the town, because it would be a significant capital set aside. And this is one that we're recommending we proceed with now. When the pandemic set in, we tried to sharpen our pencils and be conservative and refine what we were asking for, just because there was so much uncertainty around not only state and national finances, but local revenue. And so we recommended deferring it at that time. I believe the date was May 21st, to the fall town capital meeting. However, for a number of reasons, we are recommending bringing it back. Key among these is that it'll give us the opportunity potentially to capitalize on significant project cost savings associated with the recession. So at the onset of the recession and unemployment and a lot of delay in significant projects like this, materials costs have dropped precipitously, and we are expecting a lagging decline in labor costs as well, although those are usually based on prevailing wage. So the initial estimate of savings, if we were to pursue this year, would have been around $40,000. That estimate was one that Mr. Boudet worked on probably a month ago now, and we would need to revisit it to see if those savings would still hold true. But with town meeting delayed to the summer, the liaisons from the Finance Committee recommended that we actually reconsider adding this to the list. That isn't the same as the town committing to doing the project right away. What that does is give them flexibility, and us flexibility to pull the trigger if A, we see a real opportunity for cost savings, and B, if there's an opportunity to do this work late summer, early fall. And I do want to be clear, it would take the field out of commission, and that's something we would probably only pursue if the MIAA and the state guidance prevents us for any reason, be it COVID or EEE, from pursuing the football season this fall. We would not pursue this and jeopardize the football season. In that case, we would probably have to wait until the spring. So, it's in that light that we're recommending just bringing it back, so it gives us flexibility and timing. That brings the total building and maintenance repairs to $625,000. Two other small items. As part of our technology requests and COVID-related request, we recommended Chromebook flips for some of our younger elementary children, even in a hybrid environment, or whether we're going to take advantage of these. In some cases, we already have them being used at the elementary level. We need a charging and storage cabinet. It's not unlike, at some level, the carts they use in the older grades for Chromebooks. We need an efficient way to sort of store these things and lock them up, and while they're being stored, charge them to full power status. So that cart is $12,600. And then finally, there's a recommendation to proceed with a cafeteria point of sale upgrade that would allow us to migrate our current system into the cloud. And the reason this is being recommended now is that the current platform, which is local to our systems and not in the cloud, is going to be obsolete, and future releases are only going to be available in the cloud. So the challenge that we're going to have, first of all, is sort of a security challenge, because the future security will be maintained by the vendor in the cloud. But additionally, we won't be able to upgrade the system, and all of that data is going to be managed sort of offline, not offline, but not locally. However, the good news is that by making this move, we will accrue some long-term savings in terms of other costs related to managing the system. So that is an $8,000, $748 request. So that brings the total request to $747,214. Last small caveat, the $100,000 plus of device upgrades for instructional administrative staff, this is part of what was originally a larger $244,000 request. About $140,000 of that was shifted into the COVID reimbursement request. But Dan, at this time, is thinking that this piece of it may not meet the initial criteria laid out for the COVID-19 reimbursement from the CARES Act. Having said that, there was some pretty big news this morning from the governor setting aside really a significant amount of funding as essentially an entitlement grant to every town in the state. And Holliston is expected to receive above $600,000. Some of that, I don't know yet. It's so soon, we don't even really know the details here, but potentially could be used to cover some of this if it can be justified for related expenses. But I did clarify that if we go ahead and approve this now, it doesn't prevent us from shifting it and addressing the funding resource after the fact. So we can always make that adjustment and officially revoke the capital number if this shifts out. But the recommendation is to proceed with this now as is. Does anybody have any questions? I can't see anybody raising their hands.
Yeah.
Right now. Is that
Anne
like-
Louise, I sent the chat and told anyone if they wanted to ask a question to say yes, because you can't see everyone's faces. I guess I appreciate the conversations you've all had, and I guess I just need to say for the public, because I think sometimes it's not understood. In any other circumstance, I probably would not be in favor of adding the turf back in based on being in a situation where people are losing jobs, et cetera. But I understand the rationale, and I hope others do as well. And so I'm comfortable with that. So that's all I wanted to say about that. Lisa?
Yeah, I think it's worth noting that our liaisons on the finance committee, Dan, Ken, and Michelle, have been supportive, and they don't speak for the entire finance committee, but they are very supportive of the logic that this is going to have to be done. This is a project that is not going to go away. It's going to have to be done. So if we can do it in a way that saves us a little bit of money, they have voiced a lot of support for that, which I think, is kind of surprising, and I give them credit for that. They've been super flexible.
They have, and that's a great point, Lisa, and thank you for bringing that up. I think the other key point, Stacy, and so thank you for your question, is that this is capital. So it's really important for everybody to understand that this money is part of a special would come from a special capital expenditure fund that has a designated purpose, if you will. So it's one-time use money. It's not money that can be drawn upon for operating budgets in town to support ongoing salary commitments, et cetera. So it has a specific and dedicated use. It's also important to note that the town has been very conservative in how it has managed its finances and established this fund and sort of put resources into it over the years. Holliston sometimes struggles in good economic times because we don't see the upswings that other communities do related to business revenue or retail revenue, because we don't have a strong commercial base. But by the same token, in a downturn, we're a little bit more insulated because our property taxes don't fluctuate as much. The Finance Committee has modeled a 20% reduction in overall local revenue. And it was in that context, with a very conservative model, that they felt that there was merit in adding this back, simply so the town, frankly, would have the flexibility of choosing the best time to do this project if it happens to be in the next 12 months.
Anne Louise, I had an additional question. It's Dawn. I don't know if you can see me.
Yep, go for it, Dawn.
Just for the public's benefit, if we could move to slide 13 on the background of the field.
Yeah.
I just wanted to confirm that the field is 15 or over 15 years old, and the life expectancy was 10 to 12 years. The warranty expired about 7 years ago. Is that correct?
Yep.
And we have handled tears and other repairs and maintenance on the field. But, and this may be a question for Keith, those costs have increased over the years. Is that correct?
No, actually, we do it on a contract for services basis. where we get, and I wish I could remember the number, it's like 6 repairs of X amount of feet in length and things. So the repairs, it's a generous allotment for the service the service contract that we signed. So it has not gone up, but it is, we're getting to that point probably. So
I really do want to, I'm so glad you asked this question. I know I have sometimes heard that people are concerned we don't maintain this field, but in fact, we do more than what the original recommendation was. So when you first put in a field like this, the vendor actually handles the annual maintenance, and they do it one time a year. And they did it for the first 5 years. Our contracted maintenance was for 2 times a year, and that's really because we're trying to be, very proactive in maintaining what we've got, and that's why it's lasted longer than the typical expected life. So it's not an immediate safety issue, but there is becoming a point where these fibers don't hold the pellets in place, and then you lose the shock absorption. So I'm trying to imagine being a linebacker running down the field. I can't really, but at some point that could, that's a lot on the kids' legs with the amount of running that's happening.
Okay, and then moving up to slide 12, the background on the Miller roof repairs, I just wanted to go over again. Yeah. The warranty expired, what was that, about 10 years ago, and the life it's at least 2 years beyond its life expectancy. It was installed in 1998. And this is another area where, should we get extensive leakage or have problems with that, we're concerned about keeping the doors open. And that is part of why it's on this plan. Is that correct?
Yes, and this one, just so everybody knows, we have had unanimous support, from the finance committee, from the former, select board. They understood why this was on there. No one recommended even deferring it, even in the current economic environment. There's no urgent emergency here at all, so I want to make sure that's clearly communicated. The risk is for future increased leaks, and we think the time is now, and the town does believe they have, the roughly $100,000 it'll take set aside to repair this roof.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Oh.
I just wanted to say, Dawn, I just looked it up, the contract, and it's 15 linear feet that we can do for our repairs every year. So,
thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, is there a motion to approve the capital budget request of $747,214?
Moved by Andy.
Okay, seconded by Andy.
Moved by Andy, seconded by Ann Louise. Roll call vote. Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Ms. Naborski?
Yes.
Mrs. Listevnik?
Yes.
Ms. Hanstead?
Yes.
Ms. Savard?
Yes.
Ms. Koshin?
Yes.
Mrs. Raffi? Yes. Great. It is 2:53 p.m. I am going to excuse Dr. Jackson, Dr. Patello, Mr. Boudet. I told you, Brad, this would be your shortest meeting ever. So
Absolutely.
Thank you for joining us, and we will talk to you very soon.
Good luck with your interviews.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this point in time, I am actually going to give the floor to Mrs. Listevnik, who will actually, quote unquote, chair the interviews, as she was the chair of our screening subcommittee. So, Mrs. Listevnik, the floor is yours.
Hello. All right. Thank you, everybody. So I'm going to share my screen with you just to kind of do a quick overview of the interim superintendent's process of the committee. Can everybody see that? Hopefully you can see it. Great. Okay. So just briefly, so on May 13th, Dr. Jackson tendered his official resignation. The school committee decided to pursue an abbreviated search for the best candidate from within the HPS community and outside of it. The interim job description was posted on SchoolSpring and both the Massachusetts Association of School Committees website and the Massachusetts Association of School Superintendents website. The school committee chose a 4-person screening committee, which included myself, Dawn Naborski, Holliston High School principal Nicole Bottomley, and Erin Squires, who is a teacher at the Miller and Placentino schools. And they were all sworn in the town by the town clerk's office prior to our first meeting. So over the course of the last few weeks, this committee has worked to review all 28 applications that we received. We interviewed 9 candidates, and we presented 4 finalists for the school committee for consideration. So, and I appreciate all the time that you have all given to this screening committee in this process. It's been our full-time jobs for the last couple of weeks. So, so what I have next is just basically an overview of who the 4 candidates are. So today we'll be interviewing with Gary Reese, who is going to be our next person that's going to come up in the next 5 minutes, and we will let him in then. So do we want to take a couple of minutes for everyone to kind of go get a glass of water and things like that, and then we'll reconvene for our 3 o'clock to get started? Does that sound okay with everyone? Do you have a question, Dawn?
Alternatively, do people want to review are we reviewing our questions, or we're
good
just
point. We should review our questions. So
Okay.
let me review, thank you. So the only change that I was seeing in our current, we each have questions now. And I was switching Dawn to the first just because it makes sense to do, why Holliston, why now? Okay. So each of you should have a question that you've decided upon at this point. And I will just call you each by number. So we'll just start with each number. I'll call you in order. So when we get started, we'll just, introduce ourselves just briefly. Like they know who I am because I've already met them before. And each one of you can introduce yourselves and we'll just get started. Does that sound okay? Let me get out of this screen sharing. Hold on a second. I'm gonna escape out of my screen here.
So Cynthia, this is the question that when we were talking, I forget when it was, Monday or Tuesday, we were each kind of tasked with a question given a particular area. So mine was related to COVID in the fall, and that's the one that I've created. I should ask. There's no other list, correct?
Yes, we all had it. So Stacy sent us a list of the numbers of different questions, and then you were each supposed to come up with a question based on your, and yours was a COVID related question,
Yep.
Andy?
Correct. Okay.
Sorry, I'm trying to get rid of my screen share.
But does anyone want to collaborate on their questions at this point, or are we just all holding them and we have our assigned topics?
Do you mind me running mine?
I
just want to make sure it's not too wordy.
Can I ask you guys, I'm sorry, Sin, can you take down the screen share?
I'm trying to take down my screen share, sorry. Stop sharing, sorry. There we go. Sorry about that. Because now I couldn't see you guys before. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
So yes, if you want to collaborate on your questions, I guess I understood that everybody each had their question that they were going to ask.
All right. Can I run mine real quick by you guys? Just to,
Sure.
I'm pretty confident, but I just want to make sure it's not too wordy. All right. As interim superintendent for 2020-2021, you'll be asked to coordinate the opening of schools. Given that much is still unknown about what the fall will look like, what skills do you possess that will ensure as smooth an opening as possible? What are the areas that you'll be most concerned with if we open for students in person? What are the areas you're most concerned with if we open in either hybrid model or in a complete remote situation?
Sounds good.
I think that's good, and I'm so glad I don't have to answer these questions.
So Andy, you're going to be like farther down on the list, just so you know, because John's moving to place 1.
Yep, that's fine.
All right.
Just first time through, I'll follow with whoever wants me to go.
Where did you, okay, so you had.
So I have Dawn first.
Yeah.
Then I have Catherine. Then I have you, Ann Louise. Then I have Lisa. Then I have Stacy, and then Andy, and then myself last.
I think that works. Either
Okay.
that or Andy could go. Did you say Andy was second, or where was he?
No, he was like 6th, but I can move him to wherever makes sense.
I think he could go before budget. Now
Like
that
before communication?
well, okay, I think you would have Dawn, and then you said you had Catherine. I don't know what Catherine's Catherine's the first 30 days. That's kind of interesting. That'll be interesting with Andy's question.
Mhm.
I was just going to suggest, based on the way Andy asked his question,
Yeah.
it might come it doesn't matter too much, but just before me on budget, and then go into communication policy.
All right. Sure.
SEL.
So Dawn, Catherine, Andy, Anne Louise, Lisa, Stacy, and then me. And then usually at the end, we give them an opportunity to ask us questions if they have questions, and anyone can feel free to kind of chime in on that.
Oh, Catherine's is the first 30 days.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. Are you guys ready to go? Now let's do it.
And everyone just mute yourselves, please, because there's feedback from some families. So make sure you're muted, please.
Great. Okay, I'm going to let Gary in now. Everybody else muted? Great. Hi, Gary.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thanks. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Great. Thank you for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
So just to get us started off, we're going to just do some quick introductions. We're all school committee members here, so they're just basically going to say their names, essentially. And then we're just going to jump into our questions. And then at the end, as before, we'll have time for you to ask your questions of us.
Sure, thank you.
Great. Thanks very much. All right, let's get started. So Dawn, you want to get started? Say hello.
Hi, Gary. Dawn Naborski. We've met before with the preliminary screening committee. Welcome.
Yes, thank you.
Catherine? Oh, you're muted, Catherine.
I'm Catherine Savard, and now I'm unmuted. Nice to meet you.
Anne Louise?
Anne Louise Hanstead. Sorry, bad backlighting.
That's okay. Well, there you are.
Lisa?
Lisa Koshin, nice to meet you and welcome.
Thank you. Nice to meet you as well.
Andy?
Hi, Gary. I'm Andy Morton.
Nice to meet you.
And Stacy Raffi, our chair.
Hi, Gary. Welcome. Great to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Okay, Dawn, you have the first question?
I sure do. Okay, Gary. So at your preliminary interview, Holliston High School Principal Nicole Bottomley introduced our district to you. Holliston is innovative and progressive in technology and instructional practices. We have 4 schools comprised of 2 elementary schools, pre-K through 2nd and 3rd through 5th, 1 middle school, and Holliston High School. Our district offers Montessori, French immersion, and traditional programs at the elementary levels. Ms. Bottomley discussed with you several of the initiatives in play at each school. Our Holliston community demands value for their tax dollar, transparency, and the highest level of educational achievement for all students. My question to you is, why are you interested in the interim superintendent in Holliston, and why now? So why now is relative to why at this point in your career, and why right now in the summer of 2020 amidst a pandemic and perilous economic times. And more specifically, why our district? Why Holliston? Why now? Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Dawn. So as I talked about in my interview, I have both personal and professional reasons for looking at this transition at this time. On a personal level, given everything that's going on with the pandemic, my family is up in northern Massachusetts, and I really feel it critical at this time to be closer to them. I have a mother who lives alone and who's aging and needs some support. And my kids were also up there, and one of the things that I noticed both as a parent and educator at this time is the challenges associated with trying to do remote learning for our students, particularly those students that many people had thought would just be high flyers because they did well during the regular school year and during the regular structure. But now to try to do it within a remote setting, and my youngest being one of those students, it was very challenging. And really the opportunity to look at the social emotional needs for kids and for my kids in particular. In terms of why Holliston, I think one of the things that really attracted me is because of all the innovative practices, the focus on technology, the focus on equity and social justice. I really see those as critical factors in supporting students, supporting families, and being a part of a community as a whole. The other area that really interested me was just a focus on social emotional learning. I think as we go into the fall, we're going to see some additional challenges that we may not have anticipated prior to March 16th. And so I'm excited about looking at those challenges and working together with the community and with the parents and the staff around that. And I recognize that, you know, it's a pandemic period and certainly a challenge transitioning to a new district. But I think also as a sitting superintendent and someone who has participated in all of the commissioners' webinars over the past 3 months and really worked collaboratively with not only people within my district, but also superintendents in the surrounding areas, I think I can bring that advantage to Holliston because I'll be able to start right away and work on some of the challenges that we'll face going into this fall. So overall, I think it's just a good fit. I think one of the things I looked for as I was looking at job opportunities is really finding a community that I felt my values matched with them, that I felt that I could contribute and make have meaningful contributions to the community. And through my research on Holliston and looking at the innovative practices that are happening and what's happening within each of the buildings, I think that my skill set certainly would support continuing to move Holliston forward.
Great, thanks. Catherine, you're next.
Hi. So I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit about how you envision your first 30 days as the interim superintendent. Even though we are changing rapidly every day, what do you see that your first 30 days looking like?
So there's a couple factors. In a traditional first 30-day period, I would be looking at how do I get out to the community? How do I get out to the staff and the students to make myself visible, to make sure that I'm hearing what are the key concerns, key topics that people have, and want to make sure that I'm aware of so that we can continue to make some plans to address those areas. So I think from a traditional standpoint, it's about visibility, it's about communicating and connection with the community. In addition to looking at what's going on in the schools, I'd also want to be spending some time in the community and finding out ways that I can outreach and be a part of the community of Holliston. When I was superintendent in Amesbury, I was part of the Rotary Club there. I was part of the Jeannie Geiger Crisis Center. I was on the board of directors for that. And I found that those experiences helped me get a more robust understanding of the needs of the community. And then I could look at ways that we could support that within the school setting. From a non-traditional or current COVID environment, I think my first 30 days really is going to be, how do we get the kids back in school? What supports, what safety measures do we need to put in place? As I'm sure you know, the commissioner today put out his guidance document. We've been on calls with him and had some general indication that he was going this direction. My focus is always been getting the kids back in school. I know the struggle that students had in terms of remote learning. And even for us, where we had access to Chromebooks, and I know in Holliston, up at the upper grade levels, you have a one-to-one initiative. I think there were still challenges associated with that. And I don't think you can substitute face-to-face time in person with a teacher to meet the needs of students. So I would be looking at how do we work within the guidelines that have been provided and make sure that we can get every kid back in the building in front of our teacher.
Thank you.
Thank you. Andy, you're next.
Hi. So my question actually kind of dovetails somewhat with Catherine's question. As interim superintendent for 2020-2021, you'll be asked to coordinate the opening of our schools. Given that much is still unknown about what the fall will look like, what skills do you possess that will ensure as smooth an opening as possible? What are the areas that you're most concerned with if we open for students in person? What are the areas that you'll be most concerned about if we open with either a hybrid model or in a complete remote situation?
Thank you for the question. I think one of the biggest skills that I bring to my role as a superintendent is my communication and collaboration. While the state had not provided the guidance document yet, we had already started in Westport to organize a fall reentry planning committee. I reached out to parents, did a survey of the types of things that they're concerned about, whether children are back in the school or whether they're working remotely or some type of hybrid combination of the two. I asked them about transportation. I asked them about food services, special education needs. So I wanted to get an overall sense from the community of what are the challenges that they see, what are the fears they have about their children coming back into the building. And then I put together a reentry committee. We actually have about 60 people on the committee, which I know seems very large, but there were also a number of subtopics that I felt that we could break that group down and really have some groups focusing on just mobility and transportation, some groups focusing on health and safety, social emotional learning, technology, and those types of areas. But I've been really excited and proud of the work that, although the committee's just started in the past couple of weeks, the work that is already going on. We have students involved in these subcommittees, we have parents, we have teachers, we have other school staff members, as well as administration and school committee members. And I really feel that's critical to have that range of individuals involved, because then while I might be looking at it from a central office administrative perspective, a student's going to see things very differently, a parent's going to see things very differently. And we also wanted to try to get parents who represented kind of the range of parents, from parents that have children with special learning needs to parents who need to be back to work and have struggled with remote learning, and really getting their voice in the process. So I think, I know it's a long-winded response, but I think to answer your question, it's really about my communication skills, the collaboration, and the planning process. So we've already got this in place where our subcommittees are meeting every other week. We're meeting as a whole committee every other week. And I think we're going to be able to look carefully at the guidance that the state has been presented and develop a plan that is going to be meaningful for our community. And certainly I'd be looking to do that in Holliston. I also try to get myself involved in even just outside of the community. I was on a conference call yesterday with an organization out of Harvard that are doing some studies and trying to determine what are the types of supports and resources that schools need. And so when they had reached out to me about participating in this interview, I felt would be really helpful for me and hopefully helpful for them to hear my perspective. But now I know some of the areas that they're looking at and are concerned about, and what potential resources might be available for the community.
Great, thank you.
Anne Louise?
Hi, Gary. Thank you very much for coming today. So this is also a little bit related to Andy's question. As you heard earlier, Holliston is a community that prides itself on delivering an outstanding education for all students. But to do so requires really investing in education, from programs to resources, and most importantly, our teachers. But at the same time, we try to carefully manage our budgets so we can avoid the need for having to pursue an override, or worse, put ourselves at risk for a layoff by overspending, and then entering an environment like this where we frankly wouldn't have had the money to ride through the storm, if you will. So can I ask you, what is your sort of philosophy and approach to managing district finances, both operating and capital? And could you share your thoughts on how you see the current COVID-19 situation impacting our district's financial picture? Not specifically, but generally, and how would you navigate this challenge, especially over the next 3 months?
Sure. So my process when developing a budget is always to make sure that everyone has a voice in that. We start with our teachers working together with their principals to try to identify priorities within their buildings. The priorities that principals have to develop have to be in alignment with our district improvement plan and within their school improvement plan. So we're making sure that we're all working in the same direction and that the expenses that we may incur are directly related to what we believe is important for moving the district forward. So in terms of the operating budget, I'm very careful about how, what we're spending our money on and that it's going to have the most meaningful impact. When you talk about staff and really moving the district forward, one of the things that's always been critical for me is making sure that we're building the capacity of our staff members to be educational leaders in the building. And that means investing in the area of professional development and not necessarily sending one person out for professional development and having them come back and do great things in their classroom, but how can they then take that experience and make sure everyone that may not have been able to access that professional development has a sense of the strategies and supports that are really fit into best practices for students. So I think that's one area I look at. I also look really within the somewhat operating budget in terms of our grants and really being mindful of the grants that we get in terms of entitlement grants, as well as opportunities within the state and within the federal grant process for some competitive grants that I think, again, we look at very carefully as a team to see, does that grant fit within our goals for the district and would it help promote moving the district forward? You know, as much as I'd love to just take money in, I also want to be mindful that I don't want to overstretch any staff member. So I don't want to ask them to be searching for too many grants and then have them working in many different pockets if it's not really focused on what our goal is for the district. In terms of capital, I've had the benefit of really being able to work with a community around capital projects such as a new building project. So from my time as an assistant superintendent in Woburn, where we went through multiple elementary building projects, a high school building project, to when I was in Amesbury and we were submitting a statement of interest and going through the initial process for a new elementary building, to then joining Westport, where we're now building a 5 through 12 building. So I've had the opportunity from kind of that large level of looking at capital improvements, as well as looking at it more on small scale and really spending a lot of time with our facilities and maintenance staff, as well as the building administration, to prioritize what our capital needs are. We could certainly make a list that's 2 pages long, but I know when we go to the town, we're probably going to get the first 2 or 3 items on that list. So really being cognizant of what are the most important things in terms of student safety and moving the district forward, and that's how we prioritize those areas. In terms of right now with the COVID-19 challenges, I think it's just really looking at how we can best utilize the resources we have available, as well as leverage some of the other opportunities that are coming out both at the state and federal level. So we have access to the ESSER grant, which for Westport is, it's based on your Title I allocation, and it's about 80% of last year's Title I allocation. So it's about $180,000 for Westport, and really looking at what are the needs that we have to support the district around challenges with COVID-19. And we were able to put in some staffing in that, as opposed to just buying supplies and materials, PPE type resources and supplies. We started to look at what do we need as a school in terms of our staff, social emotional staff needs, health and medical staff needs, as well as custodial needs. The state has also just announced that there's going to be additional opportunities through an entitlement grant that's going to be about $225 per student. And those funds, again, are directly related to what do we need, what are the challenges that we're facing financially as a community due to COVID-19, and how can we best leverage those? So I'd want to sit down with, coming into Holliston, I'd want to sit down with the administrative team, understand what are the resources and supports that are already in place, and then what do we need to continue to purchase, to examine in order to meet the guidelines of the state, but with the ultimate goal of getting every kid into the building on day one.
Thank you.
Welcome. Lisa?
Hi, Hi, Gary. You've touched on communications, and we agree with you that it's critically important. So we want to take a deeper dive.
Sure.
So to that end, please tell us more about your communication strengths, style, and strategy. What do you consider best practices for effectively communicating with and responding to educators, students, parents, and school committee members? We're interested in how you might contribute to improving communications, as well as your position on if, when, and how debates and rumors on social media should be addressed. Thank you.
Sure. Tough question. So I think my communication style and my strengths are both in terms of my oral and written communication. When I'm writing something, I try to be very mindful of the audience and how they could interpret a written communication, because when you're speaking to someone orally, you get the tone of voice, you get the body language, facial expression. When you write something, whether it's an email communication or whether it's a letter, the person that the recipient of that is reading it within their context of their feelings at that time. And so something very simple could be misinterpreted 20 different ways based on how the person is seeing the situation. So what I try to do for the most part is communicate orally with people as well as in writing. I find that when there's a parent concern, when there's a teacher question or concern, I want to get back to them right away. So if it's an email that comes to me, right when I get it, I respond and say, either I give them a response to whatever the question or concern is, or I say, thank you for your question. It's a great topic and something we need to explore further. Give me until tomorrow to get back to you. That way they at least know that their communication has been received and that there's going to be some type of follow-up. So I think those are the types of strengths that I bring into my communication with individuals. I don't know. I know there was a part about kind of the online.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I gave you a very wordy question. So, the overall big picture we're looking at is strength, style, and strategy. Yeah. So we asked about, best practices.
Sure.
And I think I think you answered that part. The part that I would emphasize now is we're interested in how you think you can improve communications, because that's something, that we've struggled with from time to time. And it's going to be really important going into next year. And then if you don't mind, just touch briefly on, we struggle with this. There's no right answer, but with social media, if, when, and how some of the things that are said should be addressed.
Sure. So I think, in terms of some of the strategies, one of the things that's always been important to me and something that I've recognized is every community is different and the needs of the individuals in that community vary. So one of the things I've done when I went into Amesbury and when I went into Westport is really reach out to families and ask them, how do you want to be communicated with? What's the most effective form of communication for you? When I was in when I was in Amesbury, I did a weekly newsletter for families. And it was really just an update on things that were happening within the central office, as well as things that I noticed as I was going around to the buildings. It started as a communication out to the school committee that I was doing on a weekly basis just to give the committee an update of what's going on. And then I recognized that, I think one of the things about my communication is I want to be very transparent. If we're trying to build trust in the community, trust with families, you need to be transparent. And I recognize that there was nothing I was writing in that communication to the school committee members that I couldn't share out with the community. So that became the approach in Amesbury. When I came to Westport, initially they had a Facebook page, and I had a lot of concerns about Facebook and about comments that might be posted and the inability to limit some of those comments. So I decided to shift away from Facebook for the community. Within 24 hours, I found out that this community values Facebook as a valid means of communication. And so what I had to do was really examine with the technology director how do we bring back our Facebook page, but also bring it back in a way that we are celebrating the great things that are happening, responding to questions that parents may have or community members may have, but also limiting any of the negative things that oftentimes are rooted in incorrect information. So that's been my process in Westport in terms of communication. I maintain the Facebook page. I maintain a Twitter account because some people communicated that they wanted to see a Twitter feed. We're working right now on our website. It tends to be more of a static type website. And so we're trying to see how we can better communicate information out. But I think those are the key areas. And I think the strategy that's always been effective for me is A, communicating with people right away when they have a question or concern. B, being transparent about what's going on, even if it means that I'm hearing what someone says, but I'm not necessarily able to respond in a way that they find most favorably. And I think C, it's really about making sure that you're communicating on a regular basis with people and getting that, finding out what way they can want to have their communication. In terms of information that's posted that may not always be accurate, that's always a challenge because as a superintendent, I don't want to engage in a debate with someone on Facebook or something like that. So oftentimes what I've done is, and even this has happened with the school Facebook page, if someone posts something that is very derogatory or has inaccurate information, I'll reach out to that person by a phone call and say, hey, let's have a conversation about that. Can I get a better understanding of why you're feeling that way? And then I talk about, so I'm going to remove that post, not because I want to prevent your ability to express yourself, but I want to make sure we have accurate information on that page. And if I can respond and support you around that, that's probably a better way to handle it than putting it out there for everyone, especially when it's inaccurate information. We've dealt with a couple big challenges around issues in Westport over the past couple of years. And one of the things we did was we hired a PR firm. And I'll oftentimes reach out to them and just say, hey, this is what's going on. How do you suggest we process this? And while I don't want to take away the ownership from my role in that process, I find that they certainly are the experts in best ways to communicate out difficult issues. And I'll rely on their support when making those types of decisions.
Thank you so much.
Stacy?
Thanks. Hi, Gary. As interim superintendent, how do you see your role in developing policy with the school committee and then implementing those policies?
Sure. I think in terms of the interim piece, it's really about identifying what are those short-term needs that we need to address. What are the things that we need to look at in terms of our policies and procedures that may be limiting our students from making successful progress, that may be preventing us from continuing to explore different innovative practices. So I think it would be working on those. I find that a lot of times in engaging with school committee members, it's sitting down and having a conversation. School committee members, as I'm sure many of you are parents in the community. And so they have that perspective of being both a parent and someone that has some ownership for the leadership of the district. So I want to get their thoughts on things and figure out a way to move forward. The other piece in terms of the interim is, while I recognize it's an interim position and that's how it would be moving forward, I also know that when I approach a task, the interim piece doesn't matter to me because I wouldn't work any differently than I would if I were the permanent superintendent. So I think we'd follow the same process we would whether it was an interim piece or not.
Thank you. Sin, do you want me to ask the next question or do you want to go on up? Okay. And so I have one more question for you, Gary. I'm going to switch topics a little bit. Can you describe your experience overcoming challenges working with the collective bargaining units and their leadership? And I asked that question not as a derogatory ding to the Holliston Federation of Teachers at all. I need to be really clear about that. But we're in challenging times, so that's the antithesis of the question.
Sure. Thank you. I appreciate that contextual information. So over the years, I've had an opportunity to work with the Woburn Teachers Association, Amesbury, and Westport. I would say in my experience, the Westport Federation of Teachers has been the most challenging. I think they all want to advocate for their membership and make sure we're doing the right thing. Sometimes I find the approach isn't always what's in the best interest of the students as well as their membership as a whole. My approach has been really sitting down with them and meeting with them on a regular basis. I want to try to head off any concerns that may lead to a grievance. I want to gain a better understanding of what their needs are and how we can address them within the structure of the current contract, as well as if we need to make any adjustments to the contract in order to work in a way that is supportive of the teachers, but also is moving, with the students in mind. I've had a lot of success with that. I still, as a district, the Teachers Association is tough, but we've made some movement there. In terms of our AFSCME group, which represents our teaching assistants, custodial, clerical workers, and food service workers all under one contract, we've been able to do the same thing where we communicate on a regular basis, we meet on a regular basis, and we were able to negotiate a 3-year contract in 3 sessions with our AFSCME group, because we approached it in a way that we knew we wanted to be respectful of one another. We wanted to hear what each other had to say and understand when different proposals were being made, what's the underlying concern or need, and if we can't accept that proposal, what can we do to address that concern that the membership might be having? And I was very proud of the fact that we did it in such a short time.
So I have the last question, then I think we'll have some time for some follow-up. So given the current levels of anxiety and stress in the lives of our students, our educators, and their families, and the social and emotional and academic and financial pressures they face, how do you as a superintendent have an impact on their well-being of not just the students, but also their families and our staff?
I think one of the things.
Very loaded question.
No, it's a very appropriate question. I think it's about being visible, understanding what the needs of the students and the families and the staff are. And I can't do that unless I'm out there seeing what's going on, whether it be in the school or whether it be in the community. Social emotional learning has always been an area of passion for mine. In fact, we were recognized when I was in Amesbury for the work we were doing around curriculum development, embedding social emotional learning competencies. And we actually had the opportunity, a team from Amesbury, to go out to California to speak on the work we were doing. So I'd like to think we were innovative in that approach, and that while the state was starting to have those conversations, we were ahead of the curve around that. I think it's also making sure that we have the right resources both within the school, but also are cognizant of what resources that might be available beyond the school setting, and making sure that we have that available and that we have a good understanding of those resources. I think when we look at our teaching staff, we have to really have that understanding that, while our goal is for them to be in front of the kids and teaching the kids, and that's the ultimate responsibility, they can't do that effectively if they're having challenges as well. And that was something we really saw it became very evident during the past few months, is that some of our staff really were challenged with remote learning, challenged with having to support their families while trying to balance being a teacher. And we really had to look at ways that we reached out to those people individually to try to provide support, but also collectively as a district, we had to look at what types of supports are available. Working through our human resource office, we made sure that the staff were being communicated with about what are the resources available, what are the supports, and also just with an understanding that we're all in this together and it's challenging. It's challenging for us. It's challenging for the kids. Very challenging for parents who are trying to balance work and their kids not being in school. So really looking at how do we develop that common understanding. And I think it's about having the conversations and knowing your staff enough, knowing your staff well enough because you're in the building to be able to recognize when someone might need more support and making sure they get that level of support and have that level of understanding that sometimes it's not about everyone doing the same thing because each of us have individual needs. So having that level of flexibility with the staff.
Thank you. So we do have a few minutes to do a little bit of follow-up, and then we'll have questions that you can ask of us after. So does anybody have a follow-up question? Dawn, I see your hand first. Go ahead.
I do. I have an additional question. Gary, our community is engaged in the important priority of how to effectively do anti-racist and equity work within our district. Tell me a little bit about how you would advance that.
Sure. Well, one thing I will say in terms of your community and the ability to move that work forward, you just hired an assistant principal for the high school, Karen Archambault, and that is her passion. That is her area of expertise. We were very disappointed to lose her from Westport because she was really moving that conversation forward in Westport. So I think that's one of the strengths you have now in your community. You have a really strong resource. In terms of my work and my role, I'd want to make sure that we have curriculum in place that not only teaches students about social justice, teaches them about equity, but the curriculum as a whole supports that work. So it's not necessarily something, a separate unit that they're learning within a content area, but really what are the practices we do on a daily basis within the classroom that might cause some issues or a level of concern. I think sometimes, and I've noticed this in Westport, teachers who are very well-meaning may say something that they don't realize or understand the implications that it may have for a student of color. And we ran into that issue over the last school year where some issues came up for a couple students. And it was a challenge working with some of the teachers because we first needed them to recognize we're not trying to punish you. This isn't about punishment. It's about education for you as an educator and for our students. And how can we learn from it and grow from it? So I think we need to look at the curriculum. I think we need to look at our policies and practices and really try to determine closely what are the ones that inadvertently or unintentionally may promote some type of racial issues. I think, one of the things we always talk about is bringing programs in and things like that. And that's wonderful, but it's a one-time shot. And unless you have follow-up, unless you're embedding that directly into your practices on a daily basis, those in and out workshops for either the students, the staff, the families really are meaningless. So I'd want to look at what are the current practices, what are the current procedures that are in place in Holliston, and what adjustments might we need to make. One of the things we did in Westport this past year was we established an affinity group. Westport does not have a lot of diversity. So I think that makes the challenge of looking for these racial issues, it exacerbates it because people don't necessarily see or want to see that there's an issue because we only have a few students of color or we only have a few minorities. And so we established an affinity group to help students coming from different racial, ethnic backgrounds to come together, working with a facilitator to help them feel connected to their school, to help them feel like they had an avenue to express concerns, questions, and then move the district forward around that. So the affinity group, the person facilitating it, who was actually from outside of the school district, would then work with the administration to talk about, these are some of the topics that are coming up. These are some of the concerns that students are expressing. And then we could start to look at what do we need to do to change our practice.
Thank you. Lisa?
Hi. So I'm thinking of this question as I'm saying it, but the effort to bring kids back in the fall, so this Bring Kids Back movement started in Holliston, I believe, and has now spread statewide. And, you know, we all want to go back to school in the fall. And I think that there is some information that maybe kids aren't as affected by it. At the same time, there were just 2 teenagers reported dying from COVID in Florida. And aside from our children, we have many teachers and staff in the building, some of whom are older. And I'd like to ask you how you balance that. There is such a push to get people back in the fall. For me personally, it would be awesome if we could go back in the fall. At the same time, I'm concerned about the health risks. And I just would like to ask you about how you balance in your mind those 2 diametrically opposed feelings on the matter.
So I think I said this earlier. Obviously, I want the kids back in school. I want to see that they're in front of a teacher, having the opportunity to connect both academically as well as social emotionally with their classmates, with their colleagues, with their teachers. But I want to make sure it's done safely. And that's one of the areas of focus when you read the guidance that came out from the state today. Their ultimate goal is how do we get all the students back? But paramount to that is how do we do it safely? And so I think what we need to do first is really look at what are all the steps we need to take to ensure that we are providing a safe environment for students? What are the cleaning needs that we have? What are whether it's masks or whether it's putting barriers up or things like that, or how far away students need to be from one another throughout the day. I think we need to take a really close look at that and make sure, can we do it successfully? Can we do it in a way that we feel we are providing the ultimate level of safety for our students? And if we can't, as much as I'd love to say, I want every kid back on day 1, we might have to look at different options. And I think that's where the state has really identified that they want districts exploring 3 levels. They want districts exploring coming back to school with the safety measures in place, a hybrid option of combined remote and in-person learning, and then completely remote. And I think that's a smart move from the state, because even if we go into the fall with the plan that we're going to be back completely, we know things can change. And whether it means going to a hybrid option or going to completely remote, we need to be prepared for that. I think that was a challenge that districts faced in March. We weren't prepared to go remotely. And so I think that's where you saw kind of a lot of challenges around the level of rigor and quality of the instruction that was happening, because we just hadn't planned on it. So I think as a district, we have to say, let's look at all 3 pockets and what's the plan we can have in place for each one. Obviously, we want kids there safely. The other thing we have to recognize is that regardless of everything we do, there are going to be those families, those staff, those students who just don't feel ready to be in that environment. And we need to make sure we have learning opportunities available for those students. So it's going to be challenging for educators, but we need to look at how they can both be teaching remotely, and whether that means having hover cams in the classroom so that it's synchronous learning and the kids can be at home listening to the lecture from the teacher or instruction from the teacher, but really coming up with a model, understanding and being respectful of those families that just aren't ready yet because they might have someone that has some medical challenges at home. I don't want to put anyone in the position of saying, you have to be in school and we want you here now. We want them there, but I also want people there safely, and I want people there that we're not going to be impacting their social, emotional, mental health well-being. So it's a hard balance. I probably didn't answer how I balance it, but it's a hard balance, and I think it's just being mindful.
No, thank you very much.
Does anybody else have any other follow-up questions? Okay. Seeing none. Gary, are there any questions that we can answer for you?
So I think a couple questions. One would be
Sure.
around the interim position and whether the committee is thinking if any opportunity, would that person be eligible to apply for the permanent position, or are you looking at this position as whoever you hire is not going to be considered for the permanent position? Or do you not know yet?
That was not a restriction on the job description.
Okay, no, and the only reason I asked that is I know in some communities when they've moved someone to an interim position, it's been with the understanding that that person wasn't eligible to.
That was not a directive from the school committee, so no, that was not.
Okay, perfect. And then as well with the interim piece, what do you as the school committee see as the biggest areas or primary areas of focus for someone coming in just for a 1-year period?
Anne Louise has an answer. Go ahead.
Gee, that list is really short, not. Well, the first challenge for us is just getting someone to come in for an interim. I think it's that reopening plan and making sure every building is prepared to bring students back safely, but also has the alternative options ready to go so that if and when we need to press that lever, we can do so. And importantly, that we're able to address those students and families that, as you pointed out, aren't able or ready to sort of be in the mainstream physical environment. And that could last for a while. I think getting there is not an insignificant challenge logistically, financially, or educationally. And so there's a lot that needs to be done, and there's really not a lot of time to onboard and ramp up, if you will. I think that's going to be the single biggest challenge for someone coming in. Ordinarily, you'd probably have a little bit of a honeymoon period, and I think there's probably not a lot of time for that. I think also that as we are doing that, we asked the budget questions because the two are intimately tied, and trying to figure out how we finance all of this and do it in a financially responsible way is critical. We've received enormous support from the town, and also our state representative and Senator Spilka have been extraordinary in advocating for support for local districts. As you just saw today with what came down from DESE, but there's not an endless pot of money. And then finally, we are still in the midst of negotiating our next contract with the Holliston Federation of Teachers. So unlike other districts that kind of may have one of these buckets, we kind of have all three of them all at once. So it's a lot. I don't know if anyone else has a different response. Maybe
Lisa, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add communications. That's an area where we've really struggled. And I hope that we can bring someone in who's going to be very transparent. I think people aren't afraid of hearing, I don't know, or I don't know yet. I think they just want to hear what's going on, what we know, what we don't know, when we're going to know, whatever the next answer is. I think there's a lot of, I think that's true and relevant always, but I think it's relevant times 100 right now because of the way this is impacting everyone's lives, our careers, right. Our children's academic progress, our children's social emotional states, all of it. I think that, people don't expect us to know everything. Well, some people do. Most people don't expect us to know everything, but they do expect us to communicate in a timely way and on a regular basis. And that is an area where I feel like we have really struggled. And I feel like that's an area where we really need to make some improvements.
Thank you. And if I could just add to those two areas, in terms of the interim piece, as I said earlier, I approach my job with the same level of zealousness that, whether it's an interim or whether it's a permanent position. I was fortunate when I went into Amesbury, I was hired there as the interim superintendent. And I really worked hard to demonstrate my skills and experience and how I could support the district. And it turned into, by the end of December, beginning of January, having my contract extended another 3.5 years and taking away the interim title. So that would be my ultimate goal if the community and the committee and the teachers and students and parents really saw me as someone that was a good match. Based on what I've looked at, I think, my skills certainly could keep the district moving forward. And Lisa, in terms of your comment about communication, that's always been really critical to me. Really, again, identifying the best way to communicate and being transparent and recognizing that people may not always be happy with the response, but they're happy they got a response. Mm-hmm. And one of the things we did this past spring, when we weren't able to have families in school and parents in school, I started doing a weekly State of the Schools address where I recorded just an update on this is what's happening at the state level. This is the implications for Westport. This is what we know. This is what we don't know. I tried to give people a sense of timelines of when we thought we might have additional information, but also recognized and really continually stated to the community that this is changing every day. And while I might be able to give you an answer today, it may be different tomorrow. So just know, keep that within the context of what I'm saying. And that I think was really well received by the community and by families. And I think I told the individuals that were on my first part of my interview, the best part of that was at the end, I ended with a lesson for students. Mm-hmm. And my favorite part, because we did some things around science, did some reading and math. The science was the best, even though I'm not even though I don't have a science background. It was actually fun to find experiments for things that families could do at home together while they were just trying to figure out how to survive within the four walls of your house for so much time. Wow. I think, sorry, Cynthia.
No, go ahead, you can continue.
I think those were my main questions. I was able to really gain a lot of insight just from the interview process, understanding the types of questions you asked, and really that gave me a good perspective of some of the challenges and needs that the community might be facing, as well as the research that I did. So I don't really have a ton of questions to go with that, but I just would want to say that I'm really excited about the opportunity, and I can hit the ground running because I've been in the process all along.
Great. Well, thank you for joining us. Just to give you an idea of our process, we're continuing our interviews today, and then we'll be reconvening on Monday to do our deliberations and open session. That may go into Tuesday morning, but I'm hoping not. We'll have to see. But we'll be in touch with you.
Excellent, thank you. I appreciate the challenge of doing this process remotely.
Yes.
In the first interview, it's a challenge for all of you to get a good read on someone over the computer. It's also equally a challenge for the candidates as well to be able to demonstrate our knowledge and skill and just how we interact with others. So
yeah,
it's a challenge, but I appreciate you moving forward with the process, and I look forward to hearing from you.
Great. Thanks so much, Gary.
Everyone.
Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
All right, all. So we have about 7 more minutes before our next candidate makes its way in. We'll take a little short break and then we'll reconvene. Okay? Please make sure you're muted, and you can turn off your cameras if you want to too.
Sin, who's next?
Dad is next.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Great. So we are back with our interviews for our candidates for the interim superintendent position. And our next candidate is in the waiting room. So we are going to let her in. Her name is Widad Sada. Hi, Widad. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Nice to see you again. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
So this afternoon, we're going to spend maybe about 45 minutes meeting with you today. We'll do some quick introductions. We are all school committee members. We're just going to go around the room and do some quick introductions, and then we'll start with our questions. And you can introduce yourself to everyone else as well. So, all right, so okay. I'll get started. So, Dawn.
Welcome. Dawn Dorsey. Thank you.
Catherine.
Hi, welcome. I'm Catherine Savard.
Andy.
Hi, welcome. I'm Andy Morton.
Anne Louise.
Hi, Widad. I'm Anne Louise Hanstead.
Lisa.
Hi, Lisa Koshin. Welcome.
Stacy Raffi, our chair.
Welcome.
And myself. So, Dawn, you have the first question.
Thank you. At your preliminary interview, Holliston High School Principal Nicole Bottomley introduced our district to you. Holliston is innovative and progressive in technology and instructional practices. We have 4 schools comprised of 2 elementary schools, pre-K through 2nd and 3rd through 5th, 1 middle school, and Holliston High School. Our district offers Montessori, French immersion, and traditional programs at the elementary level. Ms. Bottomley discussed with you several of the initiatives we have in each school. Our Holliston community demands value for their tax dollar, transparency, and the highest level of educational attainment for all students. My question is, why are you interested in the interim superintendent position here in Holliston, and why now? So why now is relevant to why at this point in your career, and right now in the summer of 2020 amidst a pandemic and perilous economic times, and why our district? Why Holliston? Why now? Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for having me today for the second interview. As I mentioned in my initial interview with the team, that the superintendency is a professional goal of mine. And so I'm currently right now in the system that I'm in overseas. I'm an assistant superintendent. And so this is a goal. Why now? I don't know why now. I think it's meant to be. I've been seeking opportunities to go back to the States, and I looked at the district. I did some homework. It's the right size district, and it has a lot of potential. I looked at the strategic plan. I liked it because we are working right now on our new strategic plan for the 2020-24. And I also looked at opportunities to build on strength, and I was attracted to the collaborative culture that was felt throughout the system. So I think it's the right size. It's a school that I can do, and I contribute more to the school, build and enhance the strengths that are there, and hopefully collaborate with others to look at different ideas that we can bring to the district.
Thank you. Catherine?
Hi, so I'm wondering if you could speak to us about what you think your first 30 days would look like if you were the interim superintendent here in Holliston.
My first, naturally, when I get to the schools, I'm certainly new to the area somewhat, although I lived my 30 years in Massachusetts, in Drake, Mass, particularly, a town similar to Holliston. I would not be new to what needs to happen in the buildings. So I see myself looking at immediately what we're doing right now, similar what we're doing right now is looking at the plan for reopening schools. That's number one. And the precautionary measures that have been taken through facilities. So I need to look at that and meet with the team to see if that is being realized and what support do they need from us, from different stakeholders. And I need to look at the buildings, meet with the building principals and see their readiness, their level of readiness with regards to recruitment, staffing, PD, scheduling for their students, communication out to parents. Then I, of course, at some point prior to all of this, I need to meet with the immediate leadership, the senior leadership team, and see what are they doing, because reopening, in this case, we are reopening schools after a 3-month closure. So it's a different, unique situation. But naturally, when you open schools, you need that 1 month. You're so busy making sure that you have staffing is on point. We have PD, we have induction, orientation for the new teachers, that the buildings, the level of readiness in the buildings themselves, the actual physical buildings. And we look at different aspects of that and share, communicate that with all the people who are involved. And send out, of course, communication to parents with specific dates, what needs to happen, what to expect, certain things like that. So it's going to be super busy, particularly this time, the first 30 days.
Super busy indeed. Yes, thank you.
Andy?
Hi. My question rather connects with Catherine somewhat. So here goes. As interim superintendent for 2020-2021, you'll be asked to coordinate the opening of our schools. Given much is still unknown about what the fall will look like, what skills do you possess that will ensure as smooth an opening as possible? What are the areas that you'll be most concerned with if we open for students in person? What are the areas you'll be most concerned with if we open in either a hybrid model or in a complete remote situation?
Okay. Concerned, I would be cognizant, not probably concerned, but we would have definitely, like you said, we have to have plans for both scenarios. Right now, we have 3 plans where I work. We already finished them. So we have a plan for face-to-face, but it's in a new norm. It's with the social distancing. And we're working right now on it. I was in the buildings today checking, making sure that certain measures are taking place, because we have big buildings and we have about 5 campuses. And so we have to look at the building capacity, and then what else can we do then if our capacity, if the school houses maybe 2,000 and the capacity with the social distancing is 50%, it gives me 50%. What do I do? What do I do to get creative? We are open in the gym areas. We're open in certain parts of the building to make sure that we utilize every place within the measures. Now, if it's a hybrid, like you said, or a blended learning model, okay, so now is it going to be live sessions, recorded sessions? Are we ready for that? Do we have at least the first 2 weeks ready to get us through? But mostly, what I would be in all of this, I need to be aware that the parents, of course, the principals and the people working with us in the buildings, they need to be informed of all of this. But the parents also need to know what they are in for. So I believe communication, step by step, accurate information as much as we can to what is expected. But certainly we have to have the 2 plans right now in here in our area, because they opened now, fully opened completely with certain measures. So we are expected to go into a blended model with certain measures. So our biggest issue is transportation. But I look at the district, and in your situation in the Holliston district, we have, if we are really creative, we can make sure that we utilize every space with the right measures, making sure that safety and the well-being of the kids is there. And there is an option here also, I don't know if the DESI is allowing for that there is an option for parents, those who are still hesitant that we can provide remote distance learning for those particular certain groups of kids.
Great, thank you.
Anne Louise?
Hello, and thank you for making yourself available. I think it's about midnight where you are, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, I'm sleepy.
Yeah, it just occurred to me. So you're
okay.
We're doing great. I just wanted you to know.
Thank you.
So as I think you heard earlier from my colleague, Dawn Naborski, Holliston is a community that really prides itself on delivering an outstanding education for all students, no matter where they sit in their learning and development. But to do so requires investing in education from programs and resources, and importantly, in our teachers. And in Holliston, we've tried really carefully to manage our budget. And I think we've done a pretty good job of that, and avoided the need for a tax override. But we also don't want to put ourselves at risk by underinvesting and therefore putting ourselves in a situation where we might actually need to lay off teachers because of some extraordinary expenses or a pandemic. So can you talk to us about your philosophy and approach to managing district finances? And maybe even bring to light how, potentially if things are different where you are and how that might inform your point of view as you think about our operating budget, our capital investments. And of course, we can't ignore how COVID-19 might impact the situation. So if you could just talk to that. It's all about the money.
And it's the same here, although, the money, sometimes they tell you it's not an issue, but then it changes, it becomes an issue. But of course, it's the same situation. We were just given an exercise, an optimization exercise, and I've done that twice in my career, to look at areas we can reduce and cut cost. And on both occasions, I did all I can with the team, with the steering committee, to make sure that we don't touch what's important to the core business, teaching kids. Teachers are very important. I told the committee last time is, throughout my career in Dracut, the teaching career in Dracut, I never saw the principal until his retirement party. And I only dealt with the Mrs. Leonard, with the Miss Keaton, all the teachers and our department heads. So teachers are very important, and teaching is what made me. And I was mentored by wonderful people. And so teachers, having qualified teachers should be a priority for any district. Having established that, then we look at the allocations, we look at sections. We have here the same thing. If you give the budget, you tell the campus director, you have this number of this budget, and they will tell you, no, I need more staff. Then I ask for lists, allocation lists. Then how many sections of math? So we list for them based on the number of students. You have, I'll give you 5 math teachers, because these are the numbers of sections in 5th grade that you have, or 7th grade. And then I'll give you an extra 2 positions, for example, that you can turn them, but once you use them a certain way, you can't. So we have been creative around allocation, but we stay within the same budget. Now, if you look at resources, instruction material, which I've done a great work in that area, the budget it's like opening a faucet. So you're giving money and we're buying books and we don't know where to store them. And so we established a cycle process for 2 phases. Sit with us, with the department, the curriculum and the campuses, where we do inventory, figure out what we need, and then we do program reviews and we recommend material. And then, of course, the consumables. And then the other part goes with the procurement, and we monitor it to see what is going on until we get the orders. What that has done to us is, instead of spending 20 million, and half of it is sitting in storage areas that we forget sometimes about it, so that now we are utilizing maybe 8 or 7 million because we buy what we need with regards to consumables, so that we're not forced to let go of teachers or assistant teachers who are needed in the KG level here. So we try not to target or go after the people who impact directly the educational experience of the child. We go around the resources. We make sure they have them and they have what they need. But I always tell them, we get what we want only. It's not a wish list. When you are short of something, calculate it. And this teaches people to really budget things also for themselves. So we tell them, you need something, you contact your purchasing officer. You have to give us a month and a half in advance. So now they know how to utilize the resources. And we continue to revise them. I'm going to spend all of next week now revising the consumable list, which is about 4.5 million dirham or something. And I have to look at, is this a priority? I need to prioritize. They will get what they want, but then there has to be rhyme and reason and good cause for how we spend money. And we, with our situation, the money that we save, it went to improving technology, the devices. We were able to get interactive panels for classrooms that they needed them. We were able to put laptops in certain, replace computer labs in our schools. So this is something we can do. I think it's just managing, setting a goal, what we need, assessing what we need, doing an inventory, accurate inventory, and then looking at hearing the people who are face-to-face with the kids, what they need, and you build on that. But we start also with the number of kids that we have in our schools, and we make sure the allocation sheets that go out to principals, of course, it's a negotiating process because they always want more kids, and that's fine. But we have to make sure that it's a learning experience for them, and it builds leadership with them, so they know that we are gatekeepers, all of us, not just the person sitting in central office. Each and everyone is a gatekeeper.
Thank you.
Lisa?
My question is around communications, and we talked about this, but we want to kind of do a deeper dive. Please tell us about your communication strengths, style, and strategy. What do you consider best practices for effectively communicating with and responding to educators, students, parents, and school committee members? We're interested in how you might contribute to improving our communications, and as well as your position on if, when, and how debates and rumors on social media should be addressed.
Okay.
And I can repeat any part of that.
No, I got it. It's not that. I got it. It's okay. Of course, I need to see what's the protocol of communication in the Holliston school system and what they use in buildings, building principals, what do they use, central office, what do they use, and what is the most effective mean of communication, most frequently used one. In the district where I am now, we have a communication and marketing officer, and the messages that go on Instagram, with regards to announcements, they have to go through a protocol of approvals. And we send them, and the final approval comes from our office, of course, and it goes. SMS messages that goes to parents, making sure, telling them that, there's no school tomorrow or something like that, we have half a day, or a reminder that we have half a day on Thursday. They also have to go for approval. It's not a lengthy process, but many people have to read what's the content of the message, and is it saying, because it gets interpreted so many ways. Now, as far as, and then once I see what is it that is effective, I know I've always, as a principal, established this routine of sending a weekly memo to the staff. My monthly meetings with the staff, of course, every 2 weeks I would have a meeting. One would be nuts and bolts, and the other one would be operations, would be about academics. But I would open the meeting with a fun activity it's fun. I don't have an issue speaking to people face to face. I'm transparent and honest. Things don't just randomly pop in my head. I sit and I reflect, and I have something already planned in my head I also am aware of what I could face, or unexpected question or remark, or a point of contention, if you will. And it's in education. It's all it's all done in a good sense, and so that's a joy. That part for me, when I interact in meetings with the staff and faculty, with parents, it's because I listen to them to understand, and once they know and I know, then the solution is easy, then we can work on the solution. Of course, right now we have the executive board that's chaired by His Excellency. We have to, there is a certain format that we communicate, but with incidents, certain things, the immediacy of reporting those is important. We don't filter or sugar top things, but we don't exaggerate. I don't underestimate and I don't exaggerate. I say it as it is. I offer solutions. This is what we have. This is what I think. What do you think? And they say, okay, good. We are glad to know that you did. I said, according to the regulations, we dealt with the situations. With the situation, this was handled, just in case you're sitting in front of His Highness and this comes up in the majlis or something. And they say, okay, and we follow the rules. And then we get the support. And I say they have the right to appeal. We also inform them, the parents and the board, that we took this decision, and this is in case of incidents. But with other issues, if there are rumors going around, we need to sometimes. It depends. Sometimes in a school you feel like you're walking downtown Boston. Everything, like certain areas of it is so different. You get a different feel. Certain rumors, not paying attention, I think it's the best way. But then I will have to check with the senior team around me. How did this happen before? And I will ask you also, I say, what have you done in the past with issues like that? But issues that harm kids, or it ends up being sort of like an issue over, targets certain kids or targets any kid, we need to address it gently, because they are kids. If it's coming from kids and parents, we need to call them for a conversation. I don't believe anybody does things I don't know, maybe there is something that is not good in this world, but in all my life and all my years, I think things can be resolved with understanding and a dialogue. And once we listen and we talk and we establish that tone that we care, and this is not going to go, we care, we need to see why did this happen. I think people will get the message that this has got to stop. Find another hobby.
Thank you.
Stacy?
Hi, Widad. Thank you. As interim superintendent, how do you see your role in developing policy with the school committee and then implementing those policies?
I see myself, I mean, policies right now, we've learned in the past 6 years here to create policies. Why? To protect the rights of children and parents and teachers. And so we created an attendance policy. And the situation here is different because we have to know it all. And then we have to go to the guidelines of the MOE, similar to DESE in Massachusetts, and align what we are looking for, and then look here and there to create a policy that is fair. We have parents when we create the policy to have to take their feedback, but we are supposed to be providing the guidelines for attendance, how much is too much or whatever, because we didn't have these things when we arrived about 6 years ago. And then we submit it to the board, and we are lucky because our board members are really, although they are in business, most of them, but they pretty much can tell when it's something is not right because they all were educated at Boston University or Suffolk or somewhere. Most of them are from Massachusetts. They were educated in Massachusetts and other places in the United States. So they are able to look and say, oh, I don't think this fits our culture. I think this is too, we need to remove this, go back and figure out a different language or figure out how we can get around that. And it's not a done deal. So how do I see myself working with you? I see myself, I'm a good worker, and you get a lot from me, but I have to listen to what you want. I think sometimes you will have certain policies, you will be asked about amendment mostly because your principals, like Miss Nicole, they are so bright and they want things that we don't want to be applying the same policies that do not match what we have current situations within reason. So normally that policies will come and say, we've had this policy for 15 years or 20 years, and it's not now, it's dated. So we need to, and I see myself contributing to that, supporting that, maybe having discussions where it's coming from with you as well, doing the research on what is out there, what is current, and meets the needs of the school district and the kids and parents, all stakeholders. So I mean, I was at UMass Lowell for about 2 years. Drake Public Schools recommended me for the Leadership in Schooling program. And most of the courses that I took were about policies, schools under ed reform. They were all top courses. I continued for 2 years, but I couldn't because I was at school till 7:30 at night when I was an assistant principal. So it was either the school or my job. So I continued to apply for matriculation, and after that I said, that's enough. I think the practice sometimes is more. So I have that piece, that pedagogical piece from the school, but I'm keen also on looking at current research and certain trends in education.
Great, thank you. I actually get to ask you a second question. It's going to go a little bit in a different direction, and I just want to give you some context. I'd like for you to describe your experience overcoming challenges working with collective bargaining units, like the teacher union. I ask that not as an antithesis that we have a a bad working relationship with our teachers unions. I'm asking that because we want to understand how do you overcome challenges, especially like in a time now where our world has shifted so quickly, and with so specific in mind with the collective bargaining units.
Honestly, Stacy, we don't have unions here, but we advocate for, so our job is double now because we have to advocate for teachers' rights. And not that, at the government, we have a great government here, so everybody's rights are taken care of, but in teaching particularly with certain situations with regards to raises, because sometimes they work here and the raise or whatever is not even included. So you could work with the same salary for 10 years. And so we introduced certain things like 3% every year, or for administrators, a certain percentage. We looked at something fair and we submitted it. How do I see myself? In the United States, my involvement as a principal was always around grievances. And sometimes it's level 1, like I mentioned, sometimes it's level 2. But I always stand my ground. I love teachers. And they love me. The union lady would come every morning and say, I love looking at your face. And I would say, that's fine, but that doesn't change my stance on issues because I love all of you. And you are the people who put me in this position, although it's a different district. But the fact remains that certain things, we have to be thoughtful. Teachers do a lot. They need to have a sense of appreciation. So when we look at a contract and look at what they want, usually it's like that instructional material list that the teachers submit. They know they're going to get a certain amount, but they try to put more because they figure Dad will cut some, so at least I'll get with the most important things that I want. So, I think it's a fun situation and not so fun sometimes. But there are things that are realistic and legitimate and they need to have, and I'm supportive of that. And there are demands that are unrealistic. And I think I always say, ask what your country ask what you can do for your country, not what your country can do for you. That's my thing always. When I anywhere I go, I say, you just have to ask what you can do. But we can't make people all the same because that would not be right. So I'm understanding there are, again, in any negotiation, whether I'm sure it's about raises over a period of time, is it 3%? Is it 1.5? The situation, we were all hit hard by this COVID-19. It's just difficult. And in the district here, we give incentive bonuses also, although some schools let teachers go. And we just said, no, nobody's going to let go. In fact, we will give some incentives. It's not a lot of money, but something to make them feel good, and certificates of appreciation, stuff like that. But of course, the union, I believe that it's there to protect the rights of the teachers. That's fine. I don't have a problem. But we also have, like you mentioned earlier, we have a budget. We have to be reasonable. And we have to be realistic about what we ask. I hope I answered. Okay.
Yeah, that was wonderful. Thank you.
I have the next question. So this is changing gears completely, talking about social emotional learning and health. So given the levels of anxiety and stress in the lives of students, educators, and families, and the social, emotional, academic, and financial pressures they face, how do you as a superintendent have an impact on their well-being, and not just of the students, but also their families and our staff?
I think we have to, along with the team around me, I'm sure, you have thoughtful people in your district. I probably met in the meeting a couple, but I've been doing my homework. So caring and thoughtfulness, it's a common thing in your district. So a tone has to be set that we need to reach out to people and to reach out to kids and to teachers, parents. We start with the parents and the kids. How can we support? How can we help? And what do you think we should do that we're not doing? I think these questions that we need to ask. We need to survey parents maybe immediately after we start or before we start to check the level. How are you doing? Send those messages. How is everybody doing? I saw something today I saw this little cartoon. It says, and little kids dancing and holding hands and saying, yay, we are going back to school. So certain messages that lift the spirit and make us happy and make people look forward to the opening of the school maybe. So maybe as a superintendent, I would try to look at every message or every letter that goes out to parents from the principals and maybe add that little bit of, if it's not there already, and ask them to add that little bit of care or show some love and care that we really look forward to having the kids and seeing you in the schools if you volunteer, if you are part of something in our schools. Also, we need to contact, immediately the guidance counselors, make sure what do they have, what kind of plan they have for the kids. Not just one kid or one group of kids, all of us, maybe also teachers need some, we all, I think, need some therapy at some point with after this COVID-19, because I don't think any of us have experienced anything like that, nobody. And imagine the kids, hopefully, God willing, they will forget, they will move on, but this will sit with us and with the parents. And so maybe do things, fun things, maybe within reason, like when we start school, with reaching out through the guidance counselors, the social workers, if you have them, with all the kids, maybe at assemblies, and keep sending surveys to the parents, checking on them, making sure everything is okay. How is your satisfaction level so far? Can you share with us? Are you comfortable sending your kid to school? Why not? And so that will help us improve what we need to do. Because if I don't know, and I'm thinking I just know everything because I read it or somebody else did it, that's not it. Because every community has its own, every person is unique. Every person is unique. So it's going to take a collective effort. It's not just me, the superintendent, but I'll set the tone. I care. I'm personable. I love people, and I love kids and families. I'm a mom, like I said. I raised my kids in Draycott, 2 boys and a girl, and now they are they finished college. They're grown up, but I still see my kids in other people's kids, and so. Definitely, this is going to be, that's where what Dr. Brad said as a collaborative, a culture of collaboration will kick in. And that's an attraction in your district for me, because I love to collaborate. But we will make sure that quickly we understand, stand each other, and so that we are on the same page with regards to setting a particular tone that reaches out to parents and to kids and even teachers, because we don't know what the teachers have been doing. You as a school committee, you've been busy. I'm sure your days are busy, but some people in the summer and with these restrictions, it's really hard. It's really hard on people.
Thank you. Dawn?
Thank you. As a school district, we are engaged in how best to address systemic racism and inequities in our communities and in our community and schools. Tell me how you would advance this important work as a priority in Holliston.
This is the racial issues and I call it like, these differences or these issues have always been around. And sometimes we choose to look the other way, hoping they will go away. Sometimes they don't go away. You need to address them and to make sure, address them with a high level of intelligence, and so that you're not offending people, but you are making sure that people know that this is not right. I think I see myself as a person who I believe in community service, and community service, I think, puts you in situations where you have to. If we sit in the school, if we have community service and our juniors or seniors take part in that, and so now we assign them, we look in the community or surrounding communities for meaningful community service that of people of maybe of different talent or different appearance or whatever, organizations that have different offers these differences. I think that's spreading awareness, reaching out to colleges and public speakers. We've done that in the Lawrence Public Schools. We would always have people to come and address our kids and tell them there is a world out there. So it's not just because we had an issue with the dropout with the kids and thinking, oh, I'm not going to get anywhere. I'll just get a job at Dunkin' Donuts or whatever. My 9th graders, we assigned 30 kids to go to Harvard. Every Saturday, I rode the bus with them. We went to labs, workshops, because of a grant that the school secured. And so to show them that you can do it, because this country belongs to everybody. The words are nice, but we need action. So this is one thing. Maybe assemblies for kids, meaningful, fun assemblies with different who don't look like them or speak like them, who grew up differently, but succeeded and succeeded in a nice, fun, appealing way to kids. And I told you before, maybe we can look at maybe carefully, with a great deal of caution, look at opening school choice and attracting different kids. So that the kids mix with other kids. In Drake High, we had, long time ago, we had the international scholar, you host a kid from Germany or Switzerland, and we have it here in the UAE. In fact, I forged partnership when I was in ADNOC schools with 4 different schools in Massachusetts. And so that we would have summer camps with them, so our kids know, because eventually they go to the States. So maybe, have a partnership with a school somewhere in China, South Korea, a school maybe in London, anywhere in Dubai, so that, we had also the kids from our kids met for poetry sessions with kids from Andover. And Andover was like the Holliston compared to Lawrence. So that really, so that when we went to games with the kids, there wasn't a difference. They were just kids. The kids don't see a difference. They see kids. They will do the same. They don't see. Sometimes I think surroundings, things around them, push them a certain way. But the kids see kids. I have to look at what's there, because honestly here we have 200 nationalities. I've been introduced to amazing people. My executive admin is from the Philippines. She's a fantastic person. The head of curriculum is from India, but she's was born and raised in the United States. We have people from Sweden, Finland, South Africa. So we see things, I've seen things that I haven't seen. and it's wonderful. And I'm an adult. Imagine what would that do to a child. It will, but it has to be in a context, a meaningful context, that they feel it's not just a show, a drive-by, something, and it's gone. It has to mean something. It has to be in a context. And we need to talk, I need to talk to building principals about their ideas, what they see us, how to do that in a nice, genuine way. And that fits the community. I think we will be successful. I mean, I think people now are way different than, everything is way different. These situations that happen, the COVID-19, there's so many different issues that are going on. I think it only brings out the best in us. And it pushes us to reflect and to look at what is important really. And I think now what's important is to reopen the schools safely and to make sure that the kids are back with their friends where they belong, and they are socializing, they are interacting with their teachers.
Thank you. Lisa?
Thank you. There is a movement that started in Holliston called Bring Back Kids that I understand has now spread statewide. It's a group of parents that are lobbying to focus on getting kids back full-time in the fall. And personally, I would love to see us go back full-time in the fall, but I'm also concerned about, reports that we're starting to hear out of the southern states, particularly Florida, just had its second teen death in recent days. And, there was a lot of thinking that kids weren't as affected. But now we have to balance this idea of wanting to go back, wanting to get our lives back, wanting parents to get back to work, wanting kids to get back to where they were academically, balance that against the health concerns. And those are two sort of diametrically opposed ideas. And we're just wondering how you balance that in your mind when thinking about how to go back and how to go back safely.
So now we have the regulations that we received. We go back at the latest thing that we received is 50%. So you can't have the school, you can have it at 50% capacity. And so we work with the schedules. We were creative with the schedules, number one, and the spaces in the building. We even had to replace some furniture. But the fact that people underestimate the severity of this thing is just, sometimes it's sad, because it is a serious issue. It affects little kids, it affects older people, it affects everybody. And it's not just even finding spaces in the school, making sure that we have right now, we have everywhere we go, we have these dispensers, sanitizers, making sure that there is, when they walk in, we have every one of our buildings has a portal. They check your temperature, and you're not, if you have temperature of a certain level, you are not allowed, whether an adult, and we will do the same for kids. And we will, and kids who, we have kids with asthma, we have kids with diabetic kids, we have kids with chronic diseases, we have teachers, pregnant teachers are not going to be, they will be delivering lessons, but via Teams or Zoom. You have Zoom, but we have Teams through my Office 365. So it's not, full. When somebody says, we want all the kids to go to school, our parents also want the kids to go to school. because now they know how difficult it is, that they have been with the kids and they are sitting with them working, and they appreciate the teachers. They are so good to the teachers. We have never seen this relationship before. It's really something good that came out of this COVID-19. But the reality, the danger is there. When I go to the office, I'm covered. I have my mask, my gloves, and I hate gloves, but I have to wear them because it doesn't matter. You have to, and I have to take extra with me to change them so that, and I drive my car, although we have a driver, but because I want to eliminate any possibility of coming in contact with that so that I'm modeling safety so others can follow. Because if people see me without gloves, they will not wear gloves, for example. So that notion, I picked on the fact that parents are pushing for that. That's fine. We will tell them, yeah, but these are the guidelines. If your child has if the child has fever, anyways, they don't come to school until they are clear for 38 hours. That's under normal circumstances. But if we have, if we check temperatures, and that's what we're going to do here, they will check temperature, not manually. The kid will go into a walkway, and the temperature will be checked. And then only the kid will go. The parent will drop them off. But if parents knew that if we provide them with guidelines on, okay, if your child is asthmatic, this is, we have a full plan for them. This is what they're going to be doing. They're going to receive full education but the issue then, they go to work, and who's going to stay with the kid? I think that's where their concern is coming from. Our moms here know, because our moms, they don't have to work. 90% of them, they don't. It's so, even if they work, it's not for a living. It's because it's for fun. But the moms in America, because I'm one of them, we work for a living. And so I have to think more about this, but certainly the safety of the child, under normal circumstances, we have to take these measures with certain kids. So that has to be, we need to educate them about that and make them aware and figure out solutions for them so that they don't lose their job and the kids still get an education.
Thank you, Widad. So this ends our formal questions for you. So do you have any questions for us at this point? I can share with you where we are with our process. So we're continuing our interviews today or this afternoon and this evening. And then we plan to have our deliberations on Monday morning and perhaps into Tuesday morning.
Okay.
We'll make our decision by then.
Okay. I don't have questions. Thank you. You've asked wonderful questions. It pushed my thinking. I appreciate your time, and I hope I won your confidence. And thank you for the opportunity. I'm forever grateful. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Widad.
Thank you. Good night. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. Do you guys want to take a quick break, or are you be able to, they're in the waiting room. So do you want to take a quick break, Dawn?
I would say we lost Ann Louise. We need to get her back, and then we started as close to 5.
I don't see her. Yeah, she's not here.
She's trying to reboot her computer.
Okay. Thank you.
So we should probably wait then if we can.
Yeah, then we'll wait. That's fine. We can wait a couple minutes.
I'm just going to take a stretch break. So I'm
Go right ahead. I'm just letting them know in the waiting room that we'll be in a few minutes. Lisa, you're not muted, hon.
Oh, thank you.
Sure. Good afternoon, everybody. We're back with our interim superintendent interviews for our finalist candidates. And our next candidate is Susan Kustka, and she's in the waiting room, so I'm going to let her in. Good afternoon, Susan. Thank you for joining us today. Oh, you're there. Hi. So this is our group of school committee members. We're going to spend a little time saying hello quickly, and then we will get right to our questions. Thanks for joining us. And I'm Cynthia, and we'll start with Dawn.
Good afternoon. Welcome, Susan. Thank you.
Catherine.
Hi, thanks for coming. I'm Catherine Savard.
Andy.
Hi, Susan. I'm Andy Morton. Welcome.
Anne Louise.
Hello, Susan. I'm Anne Louise Hanstead. Nice to meet you.
Lisa.
Hello, I'm Lisa Koshin. Welcome.
Hi. And Stacy Raffi. She's our chair.
Welcome. Hi, Susan.
I seem to be having some internet connectivity issues. It's been working fine up until now. So if I do have to move to another area, I will do so. Apologize for that.
Okay. Are you okay right now, Susan? Can you hear us right now? You seem to be freezing quite a bit on me.
I can hear you now.
No, we can't hear you. Maybe we should have you move now before we get ourselves started.
Can you hear? Hello?
Hi, Susan. How are you doing over there? Nope, I'm losing her there too.
She's risen. Susan, if you can hear us, you might actually want to log out and try and log back in.
I apologize.
No, not at all.
That's okay.
Yeah.
The pitfalls of Zoom meetings.
All in all, it's been pretty good, though, you know.
Oh, she's back.
Hello?
We can hear you, Susan. There you are. How's that? Still a
Hope it
little.
works okay. I actually moved to a having trouble still.
A little bit. You know, if it continues, you might want to just take your video off and then, just go by voice instead if it keeps happening. So, all right, John, do you want to get started with the first question?
I do. Thank you. At your preliminary interview, Holliston High School Principal Nicole Bottomley introduced our district to you. Holliston is innovative and progressive in technology and its instructional practices. We have 4 schools comprised of 2 elementary schools, which cover pre-K through 2nd grade, and 3rd through 5th, a middle school, and Holliston High School. Our district offers Montessori, French immersion, and traditional programs at the elementary levels. Ms. Bottomley discussed with you several of the initiatives at each school. Our Holliston community demands value for their tax dollar, transparency, and the highest level of educational achievement for all students. My question is, why are you interested in the interim superintendent position in Holliston, and why now? So why now is relative to why at this point in your career, and why right now in the summer of 2020 amidst a pandemic and perilous economic times. Why our district? Why Holliston, and why now? Thank you.
I'm sorry, I may have to call in. I'm not getting a lot of this.
Stacey, did you also send her a phone number to call in? I didn't send it, so.
I'm looking.
It usually comes through in the invite just automatically, doesn't it?
If not, Christian, I know Christian is listening from HCAT. Maybe
I
he
just see
can.
this join Zoom meeting.
Okay. Give me 1 minute.
I'm so sorry. I actually went to a different house because I had, and this house should be all set. I don't know what the issue is.
Do you have any other applications open on your machine?
I'm sorry?
Do you have any other applications open on your machine? Close anything
No.
else?
I'm going to try to do it from my phone. Let me try to open my phone.
That may work.
Okay.
Oh boy. I feel terrible. I actually
Don't worry about
checked
it.
everything beforehand. It's not letting me into my phone. I was trying to do that.
Susan, are you closest to your router where you are?
Yes, I'm sitting next to it.
Okay.
God.
Okay, let me see if I can. My phone, but I'm not getting into it from there for some reason. It's not letting me go to the link.
I just opened up Brad's invitation and it does look like there's a way to join by phone with a different PIN number
Okay.
instead of going through. I think that gets you out of going through Zoom entirely.
Okay.
Let me try that.
Let me see if I can, email it. Do you have that, Lisa? Because then I can just,
Yep,
I can email it to her. Oh, wait. Oh, hold on. Nicole just sent me the full invite. I'll just get it from her. Hold on a second.
Okay.
What you should be able to do is use your telephone for audio, and then you can just leave your visual up on your computer.
If we cut half of our videos, will it help with this?
No.
Okay. It's totally on her end.
Cynthia, did you get
I'm
it?
sending it to her now. Hold on a second.
There's a phone number and a PIN.
Yep. Susan, I just sent it to you. So can you check your email and see if there's a phone number for you to call in?
She's going
We may
to
lose her.
Yeah, we should lose her. She should sign back into Zoom without the audio.
Right. So Susan, you're going to have to leave
Okay,
us.
I'm going to
and then
sign
go
out
through
for a minute.
Sure. Go right ahead.
So, Sin, we have two options. We can reach out to the 6 o'clock and bump
him up a little bit. Yeah.
A half hour or 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Or we can have Susan call back in at 7.
Hello.
Hi, Susan. She can't hear us. Okay.
It's not letting me in for some reason.
Okay. I think you need to you have to log out where you are. So it'll only accept one login from your email, I'm guessing.
I'm going to close out.
Okay. Close out of us and try your phone. Okay. Let's see if we can get her to log on this last time. And then if not, we'll just shift her if that's okay with everybody else. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's important. That's really nerve-wracking, and that's exactly so.
Yeah.
Can we start the next one soon, or are we talking about pausing till 6? What were you suggesting?
I think we would have to end up pausing till 6 because I already let that person know their time was at 6. So maybe I could push them off till 6:30 if we're able to get her on. But if not, then we'll just have to reconvene at 7 with her instead. And we'll just take a pause between now and 6 o'clock, I guess.
Would it be possible to reach out and see if that person could start earlier, like at 5:30 or 5:45, or is that something we're agreeing we don't want to do?
I can. Let's see what happens with this, and then I'll do that. Okay. Here's Susan. She's coming on again, hopefully. Hi, Susan. How's that working?
Well, right now it seems okay. Can you?
I can hear you mostly. Mostly. All right. So, Dawn, do you want to try your question? Susan, if you can't understand Dawn, then I think what we'll do is we'll just, hit a pause here and reconvene you coming at a different time if it doesn't work out. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Again,
okay.
Right now I'm on my internet audio and I'm trying to call in, but I have to look up the password to do so I could try that next. But I feel terrible. This is the first time.
That's okay. You sound good right now. So we'll just continue on and no worries.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so Dawn's going to ask her question again. Thank you.
At your preliminary interview, Holliston High School Principal Nicole Bottomley introduced our district to you. Holliston is innovative and progressive in technology and instructional practices. We have 4 schools comprised of 2 elementary schools, pre-K through 2nd and 3rd through 5th, 1 middle school, and Holliston High School. Our district offers Montessori, French immersion, and traditional programs at the elementary level. Ms. Bottomley discussed with you several of the initiatives at each school. Our Holliston community demands value for their tax dollar, transparency, and the highest level of educational achievement for all students. My question is, why are you interested in the interim superintendent position in Holliston, and why now? Why now is relative to why at this point in your career, and why right now in the summer of 2020 amidst a pandemic and perilous economic times, and why our district? So why Holliston and why now? Thank you.
Sure, I did get it this time, so thank you. Bear with me, please. Okay, so honestly, when I spoke with you the team the other day, it was very exciting to hear that from my research, it sounded like the district had been doing a lot of collaboration together, made a lot of strides with technology, made a lot of strides with strategic planning. It sounds like a community that has really worked hard to provide stable schools and high expectations for students. And then when I heard some of the programs that you are in fact offering that I wasn't able to get online, I was excited to hear that it sounds very much like a district that I would fit into very well. Certainly, I'm very collaborative in nature. I really like to try to empower teachers and work well with them. And it seems like teachers have had that expectation in the district, that they've had a lot of autonomy with administration, which is really important. I always like to be proactive in my interactions with staff and students. And the fact that you've had such stability in the district with your leadership and with your educators as a whole really says a lot about the district, that you have really the continuous programs and really that the high expectations are there. So that being said, why now? I am definitely having been sitting hearing all of the things going on in the environment. I'm just going to pause for a second. So the internet has really thrown me off a little bit, so I apologize. Given all that's been happening lately, I've been, like everybody else, actively looking at all the changes that are happening with the pandemic environmentally all through communities throughout the nation, and then add all of the concerns with the racial inequity that we've been seeing really magnified. It's not new, but certainly magnified in recent times. And our children are seeing all of that as well. I feel that I have always had leadership in my background. I've really grown and really want to give back to staff that I've worked with. I've had a lot of time to train other administrators and really mentor other leaders throughout my career. And at this time in my career, I need to make a difference. That's who I am. I feel that the best I can do for this world in my small way as a superintendent, to be able to mentor administrators, to support the growth of students. I love the connections with students. I love the connections with staff. Certainly, ideally, to have a district the size of Holliston, to be able to have that connection with staff is really important to me. I've worked in larger districts. I've worked in districts similar to size. And I drove yesterday to look at all of your buildings and thought how wonderful as a superintendent to be able to be existing and housed so closely to all of the buildings was very exciting to me. So again, at this time in my career, yes, I'm sure like everybody, all superintendents are anxious about the changes that are coming, but I think I know that I have leadership strengths and I have the skills to take on this challenge, support the district, hopefully settle things down as students return to school in the fall, and try to provide some stability until the permanent superintendent is you have the full year to then determine who your permanent superintendent will be. Hopefully I will still be able to apply for that, and I would be excited to do so. But if not, I do believe with my skills, I can provide some continuity and stability for the district over that 1 year while you decide for your next permanent replacement.
Thank you. Catherine?
Hi, Susan. I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about what you would envision as your first 30 days here as the interim superintendent. What would those 30 days look like?
Well, given our timeline, the first 30 days are going to be critical. We just received the June 25th plan sent from the Commissioner of Education, which I read through, like I'm sure some of you have already tried to do so today. That being said, I don't think anything in there is surprising. I think it's what we would expect. We knew that when students return, we're going to have restrictions on distance. We're going to have restrictions on PPE equipment. We're going to have certainly needs potentially for staffing to be very flexible. And then we also know that because this is an unknown situation, that we would likely have a blended learning environment. And if all else fails, that we would return to a remote learning environment. So that, for me, is going to be the first 30 days to find out critically what has Holliston been doing. I've done enough research to have a sense of things, but to see what the team has come up with for a plan. The commissioner is going to be looking for all superintendents to put together those 3 platforms. What would the environment look like for the students when they return in a returning to school physically in the fall? And then plan 2 would be the blended learning environment, and plan 3 would be returning on if we had to go back to a remote learning platform. And there's definitely going to be a lot of flexibility needed in that. So that would be critical. We have the clock is ticking. We're almost into July, and the first 30 days would be really putting together that plan and getting everything out to the commissioner. I'm confident that you already have some of that planning in place, but again, working together to finalize collaboratively the plan to get it back so that we can effectively return students in the fall and reassure parents that we are safe to do so.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Andy?
Hi. My question actually is almost a continuation of the one that Catherine just asked. So as interim superintendent for 2020-2021, you'll be asked to coordinate the opening of our schools. Given much is still unknown about what the fall will look like, what skills do you possess that will ensure as smooth an opening as possible? What are the areas that you'd be most concerned with if we open to students in person? What areas would be most concerned with if we open in either a hybrid model or in a complete remote learning situation?
Sure. My resume, and some of you have my background. I have had to wear a lot of hats in my life. One of those hats was working as a special educator, working as a general educator. I also have been a curriculum director and most recently worked with personnel. In my role as assistant superintendent for administration and personnel, I also oversaw safety and security. And I also oversaw many other areas in the district. Safety and security is a big part of this. I've had a lot of opportunities. I had no funding and no line item in the budget for safety in the district, but I was asked to put together safety plans. I started after Sandy Hook, and we had all of the concerns about what buildings were going to look like and how we could make our buildings safer. And I dove in and really put together very quick plans that, again, with no budget, took me some time to finalize and then get the school committee on board to try to find some minimal funds to help support that work. And over time, I was able to make sure that buildings were physically safer. I spent each year driving around in the summer with my director of facilities to see what we could do to improve year by year. Certainly the physical safety of the buildings is very important, and I would want to work closely with the maintenance department to make sure that we had all of the protocols in place and established physically safe environments for the students. But then second to that, the social emotional well-being is an area that I've also had to do a lot of work in my work in safety and security. Once we were able to deal with some of the physical concerns about our buildings, we then moved on to work with how we could support students with trauma. One of the presenters that I brought into the district was the trauma sensitive schools training out of Harvard University. That is a very involved training, but it does talk about how to support the social emotional needs of students. So that's going to be a second critical area for students. First of all, we need to have them feel safe physically to return, but then the trauma that they've been dealing with, again, not only with the pandemic, but also seeing the racial concerns and the magnified safety concerns for the physical well-being of students, has also led students to want to need that extra security, that extra TLC from teachers and from leaders to help them feel that they can physically and social emotionally return to school. I think next to that, we also, given my background with personnel, I've worked very closely with staff. One of the big areas that I was involved in was joint labor management meetings. I met monthly with our WEA leaders. Our WEA leaders supported our Unit A teachers, our Unit B administrators, and our Unit D paras. So that group met with me regularly, and we try to be very proactive and strategic to help support the needs of teachers so that they didn't rise up to a level of concern or a grievance, and try to help support them before anything got into a reactive situation. I've developed a lot of skills and communication in this area, and I think that we really need to be thinking not only of how our students are feeling safe to return and how we reassure parents about that. I think we're going to see some trauma with teachers as well, and we're going to want to make sure we can provide some reassurance to them. So that would be part of the plans of not only the safe return of students, but the safe return of staff as well. I also feel that part of that planning might involve working with our adjustment counselors to see how they can maybe put together some supports, because we're going to be dealing with constraints on staffing. We're going to be dealing with the fact that with teachers only allowed to see so many students at a time because of the physical social distancing. How can we maximize and leverage our small group supports from teachers and counselors, and all of the leveraging of the support staff in the district is going to be very important. So because I have one of many, many hats, I've had to be very creative managing the personnel needs, the budgetary needs related to personnel. And I think we're going to be needing to be very flexible and being very strategic. With 25 years in education, I feel that I do have a lot of skills in multiple areas. I also know that collective bargaining is something that is on the horizon here for you right currently. And that is another area that I've been very involved in the collective bargaining process. I actually oversaw all 7 contract negotiations. I was the only district leader that served on all committees with the school committee, the 3 school committee members, and was able to be very facilitating towards trying to be proactive again and not have a negative tension within these meetings, but really try to be a very calm and facilitating person in the whole process. I do feel that that was very constructive in that area. And again, I don't know exactly where you are in the process, but I do think I have a lot of strengths that I can add to that process and help move it along smoothly and put that hopefully behind in a positive light so that you can focus on the real concerns, which is how do we get students back safely in the fall.
Thank you. Anne Louise?
Thank you, Susan, and thank you for trying to battle with the technology to get this going.
Well, I can You can tell that it's thrown me off because I
Don't let it throw you off. You aren't the only one, so don't worry about it. So as you heard earlier, Holliston is a community that really prides itself on delivering an outstanding education for all students, innovation, et cetera. And that's something that really requires investing in education, from our programs to resources, and importantly, our teachers. And we try to carefully manage our budget and make sure that we're putting the money, in the most important places, and avoiding the need for an override. If it happens, when we had to get there, we've done that. But quite frankly, we've been able to manage for 10 years without that. And yet we also don't want to put ourselves in a risk where we're managing so close to the bottom line that we put ourselves at risk for layoffs because of either overspending or poor planning. So can you talk to us a little bit about your approach and philosophy to managing district finances, both with respect to operating the operating budget and capital? And I don't mean, I don't necessarily mean massive capital projects that would be bonded, but capital projects from year to year, and also share your thoughts on how you see the COVID-19 situation impacting our financial picture. How would you navigate that challenge in particular, and especially over the next 3 months? So that's sort of the overarching question around finances and budget.
Sure. Well, as I mentioned in my previous role overseeing personnel, I was often told, even though I really had no line item that I could have any discretionary funds from, but certainly we know that personnel can take up to 85% of the budget in many cases. So I always was looking at as if I was taking the money, which was for 1,300 employees, because I oversaw that department. But certainly that's an area that you have to be very careful with. So each year when I was ending the year with my HR staff, we kept a sheet to make sure that when staff were retiring, resigning, moving into other positions, or as new positions came into the district, we made sure that when we were rehiring staff, which I know that most districts do, you try to be very careful about the line item of who you're hiring and who you're replacing, still wanting very qualified and very high-level staff, but making sure that you're hopefully having some savings from the people that are leaving the district and then the people that are coming in to replace them. So because of that, I always try to keep a little cushion, because we know particularly that special ed was an area that the unforeseen costs can come up throughout the year as students enter a district when we move-ins or move-outs throughout the year. And that was always an area that I would hope that there was a little bit of extra money in personnel so that we didn't end the year on a deficit, because that was never something that I would want to do. So I kept a very close tally with my staff to make sure that we weren't overspending in that area and really watching the line item throughout the year. And the same with capital funding. We did not have a really strong plan in place. I used to meet with my director of facilities, and we'd attend the capital planning meetings year after year. And when I was in Weymouth, each year I felt that the same capital plan was being moved forward, and we weren't able to check very many off of that list. Over time, we were able to work with the new mayor and come up with a more constructive plan and start to pick away at some of the capital needs. For example, at one point when we had very old vans that were very deplorable in condition, that were moving a lot of our English language learners and also our special needs students, my director and I talked about how do we get the message across how unsafe these vehicles are, some of them with over 200,000 miles on them. And he talked about putting the vans near the office where people would see them. So we did. We parked the vans, and then people were able to walk through and see that we literally had rusting out floors. So sometimes you really need to be very clear and make it very pictorial so that people really see the needs. Another time when we were trying to work on an MSBA project and really show the needs of our middle school and how decrepit the building was, and we couldn't have the technology was not working in that building because the building was so old and had a lot of mortar and brick, and literally started planning to walk people through the buildings and have school committee visits and have town community members come so that they could see the condition the building was in, that we weren't making things up. We were being very transparent. So I think in my experience, it's worked well for me by being as transparent as possible being very explicit with the physical needs of our buildings or any of the capital needs related to transportation or food services, whatever the needs are. And I do fear that there are going to be some unforeseen costs. We know there will be. We don't know what things are going to look like in the fall, even though we will put together a very cohesive and clear plan. As I mentioned earlier, we still have to be very flexible with what that plan will look like. And day to day and week to week, that flexibility will need to be considered. Ideally, what I have done in the past was try to, one of the things that I had used was Title I funding. We had a couple of buildings that were receiving Title I funds, and we had staff that really should have been part of the general school budget. I was able to work with my Title I coordinator, and we decided that we would put together an MTS initiative so that students that were coming into the district in the fall would then be assessed, and then we would hire some staff that were more of a tutorial staff to support the needs of students in small group settings, in addition to the Tier 1 initiatives that teachers were doing. I would like to see something similar to that, if at all possible. It was not a very expensive model, but holding some small potential grant funding or Title I funding aside and waiting until students come back, and then giving a chance to see what kind of regression they've had over the summer, what types of needs they will have moving into the fall, and then potentially putting some small group support staff into place in October, maybe October to May, which is what I did in the past. In my case, I had used it for literacy and math, and we were able to hire literacy and math interventionists at multiple buildings. In this case, I think you're going to want to hire some social emotional support staff. And what that looks like, again, remains to be seen, but I just think that I know that there is not discretionary money. I don't want to imply that I would expect that, but I do think looking at the existing budget and being very creative and strategic as to using the funds that are already being allocated for the current school year, and not spending things right away, trying to hold off and see what the needs are when the students return. I would not want to fill all the positions if there are any unfilled positions right now. Again, I would want to sort of wait and see. I have seen some districts doing some layoffs already at this point. Many of you have seen in the news, and multiple pink slips going out to teachers. I don't think that's the direction that we should be looking at. I'm looking at areas that I've seen they're cutting all of the music and art staff and PE staff. If students are going to be returned physically to the building, we are going to need that staff, because we also, if we're looking to help build the academic needs of students, we need to look at the whole child, and fulfilling the needs of the whole child, adding to that social emotional piece. They're going to need the music, the arts, the physical education as well, if we want to educate the whole child, and again, provide a balanced education so that they will feel safe physically and emotionally to return to school.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Lisa?
Hi, Susan. So my question is around communications. Please tell us about your communication strengths, style, and strategy. What do you consider best practices for effectively communicating with and responding to educators, students, parents, and school committee members? We are interested in how you might contribute to improving our communication, as well as your position on if, when, and how debates or rumors on social media should be addressed. Thank you.
Sure. Well, I already mentioned that I'm very collaborative in nature, and I try to be someone that is really listening and asking questions rather than being this person who speaks all the time. If you ask my husband, he'll always tell you that I talk a lot. But as an administrator, I've learned how very important and critical it is to really ask questions and really listen to people before we make decisions. That style will continue as I move into a superintendent role. And I find that really taking the time to get to know staff, making sure that you're visible to staff, approachable, but also making sure that you're visible in the community and having opportunities for community members and family members to come and meet with you. I'd want to certainly have some open forums and get to know some of the staff and community members that are the stakeholders dealing with students. So that would be part of the first 30 to 90 days as well. In order to do so, transparency, I'll go back to that again, truly, truly, truly being open and honest and really being transparent when you talk with people is really critical. Now, I will say, I'm going to just mention, as I mentioned earlier about safety and security, that was one area that oftentimes social media would get things out before we could get answers out when things were ramping up in a school setting. We had a situation where a staff member thought they overheard a student talking about having a weapon in school, and we went into a lockdown situation. We ended up having to call and have the police come in, and in that case, we were still trying to assess the validity of the situation. And in the meantime, the police were coming in their full gear with weapons outside the building. And as you can imagine, although my goal was to work with the principal to get the communication out as soon as possible, we also had to work with the public relations on the police side and make sure that they were understanding of what communication should go out as well. And as you know, students have their own forms of communication. So they were looking out the window, they were taking pictures. Before we could get anything out to parents, it was already a very magnified situation. I did return to the building safely at the time, went in with the police officer and the principal. We put together a very clear, concise, what we knew at the time, information, and got it out to parents as soon as possible. However, this was where my relationship with the police department, because I worked very closely with them in many areas, particularly with safety and security on my committee. And, sorry, can you hear me? And in this situation, because I had such a good relationship with the police, I was able to discuss that some of the information that they wanted to share that I really, as an administrator, couldn't share. And because we could talk that out, we didn't overshare. That's also part of the concern I have, is making sure you're not giving too information. You also legally have to protect the schools. You have to protect the district. So I would never want to overshare anything as well. So this is all part of what you have to assess and problem solve in a very short time scenario. But the sooner you get out the communication, the better. I also think, as far as school committee, ongoing communication is really important, and making sure that you have information as needed as soon as I can get it to you. I also worry that sometimes things get to the school committee or other members in the community before the superintendent, and that's not good. I hope that staff would come to me and let me know if something's ramping up. I always ask principals at the building level, if you think something is rising up of concern in the building, please talk to me as soon as possible. Don't let it rise to an unsafe level. Even if it's something that they can manage the building level, just keep me abreast of it so that I'm not the last person to hear. That's certainly not the best case scenario. So I think a weekly blog, making sure that I communicate ongoing concerns, maybe every Friday afternoon, updating the school committee, what has transpired this week, how we're ending the week, and then starting positive on Monday, reassessing things as we go. Certainly, I feel that I'm very careful and clear and quick to get communication out. But again, I also want to make sure that we're not communicating confidential things that we shouldn't be, and also making sure that we're not giving false information to the community and or stakeholders involved.
Thank you.
Stacy?
Great. Hi, Susan. As interim superintendent, how do you see your role in developing policy with the school committee and then implementing those policies district-wide?
Well, I was asked to sit on the policy subcommittee with the school committee directly. So one of the hats I did wear was directly to meet with them monthly, or depending on how those meetings were set. I worked very closely with the Mass Association of School Committees as well. And Jim Hardy and I started to actually revise the entire policy manual, because we had seen that there were many policies that were outdated. So that because of that, I really would take the time, if I was working with the school committee on a particular policy, oftentimes I would help draft some language with them prior to our meetings, and then each meeting would come together and work to make sure that we agreed on some of the language. It was a really collaborative approach. It was a really constructive approach. And those policies, I feel like a lot of them, we do rely on Mass to give us some feedback and to give us some areas of improvement in community, in policies overall. So I don't think the general policies are the ones that we're really concerned about. But if there are specific policies that are Holliston specific policies and school committee policies within Holliston that are unique, those are the ones that I would want to have even more input from the school committee and work together to make sure that we agree on what is in the best interest of the community and how that is relayed in the language is really important. The other piece is I'm always concerned that there are so many policies, as you know, that we are required legally to maintain within school districts. Making sure that staff understand and know what the policies mean are very important, because oftentimes I found that when we did develop new language and policies and started to discuss them with staff, I often found that they had not even been aware that we had a policy on file. So that's a challenge when there's so many competing initiatives in schools. How then do you keep staff and administrators to be aware of the changes that are taking place? Anytime that changes are made, I think getting those out immediately to staff and also trying to make sure that we communicate what that looks like in a practical day-to-day setting, depending on the language that is set in place. So it's certainly, I guess I would want to separate policies from protocols, because policies I think are very clear and definitive, and school committees are definitely part of that planning process and a very important part of that process. But then there were also some protocols that we established in daily use, medical emergency response plans. There are so many protocols that take place within the work that a superintendent does, that a building principal does, the special ed department, the nurse leaders, all of those roles. And all of those people have to come together and view those protocols on an ongoing basis to make sure they're effective. And then to meeting the needs of students as they, particularly in this case, with the needs of students returning to school, we're going to be really have to make sure that we're setting protocols that are very manageable, but also very flexible. I think that's I know I've used that word many times tonight, but I do think flexibility on all of our parts is going to be really important, and making sure that anything that we are establishing together as a school committee and superintendent, that we know that this is a work in progress and that we have the trust in one another to make sure that we understand that revisions may need to take place as we go.
Great, thank you. Just let me finish my note, because I actually have a second question for you that's a little bit in a different direction. Can you describe for us, and you did actually allude to this a little bit earlier, your experience in overcoming challenges working with the collective bargaining units? And I need to share with you that we're asking this question not because we feel that it's an issue. We have a great relationship with the Holliston Federation of Teachers and the collective bargaining units, but we're in challenging times. So that's sort of where the question's coming from.
For sure. And I think that's why I started to talk to you about joint labor management. Even more than the collective bargaining experience that I have, I feel that the joint labor management piece is really important, because that ongoing communication, that building that trust in those relationships is really critical. And I didn't always have that trust in my role. Prior to me coming to the district, there was a lot of mistrust. There had been some lack of ratification of the Unit A contract, and we had to be very strategic in trying to move forward in a positive light, because we never want a negative light when we're dealing with students and staff. I had to really step back again and go back to my strengths as a listener, finding out what the concerns were. And in my role, I found that I had tried to work with the school committee to do an interest-based bargaining model, and they had had some negativity with that in the past, so they weren't necessarily interested in that. However, because I built a rapport with them and built some trust, they did allow me to facilitate the collective bargaining process so that we could have communication at the table, not constantly caucusing and leaving the room. Because to me, when you're in front of one another and you're at the table, that's the time to be asking questions, not leaving a room, exiting. It just creates a lot of tension. I prefer to avoid that tension and really try to have a collaborative approach in the process, because at the end of the day, we're all here for children. It shouldn't be an us and them mentality. It really should be a collaborative effort. But again, that takes time to establish trust and build those relationships with staff. And I think I've had a lot of success in that area. I do know, though, that these are unforeseen times, and there is going to be some tension. Even if there are very positive relationships, we're still going to be asking staff to do things that are very much out of the comfort level. We're asking administrators to do things that are out of the comfort level. And we really want to be able to talk openly and honestly about how these changes are going to look, how they're going to affect students, how are they going to affect staff. This is really important in this, as I mentioned, the first 30 days for me is getting to know what's been planned so far, where I enter that planning process, but making sure that educators are part of that planning is incredibly important. I want to make sure that they have a voice at the table. I would also want to make sure that students have a voice at the table. Our older students, particularly at the high school level, they can tell us what worked for them and what didn't work for them. And we should be asking those questions and learning from them and hearing the success stories or the things that didn't work from staff is really important. Administration has had to struggle through this whole process, but our staff are learning as they go as well, and making sure that we have a representation of a balance of administration, staff, and students at the table, and potentially some parent input into this planning process is important. Finding out from parents what they feel the schools did well and what they struggled with is really going to be important in that final plan we put together for the commissioner. And stepping back, for me, entering new to the district, I will be asking a lot of questions and I will be doing a lot of listening, and then hopefully come up with a plan that we can be successful so that we can return our students in a safe manner, but also a proactive manner and not a reactive manner. That's really not the way I like to operate. If we have a strong union leadership and a strong administration and we can put together a united front, there may be times when we agree to disagree because we can't always agree on everything. But if we can work together and have united front, that's really important for parents to see. It's really important for staff to see, and it's really important for students to see as well. And I've been able to develop those types of relationships with all the leaders and in all the unions that I mentioned before. If we can literally talk about if there are minor things that we need to work on, pick up the phone, have a phone call, ask questions. Sometimes things get misinterpreted through email or through a message that goes out in a memo. And I want staff to feel safe to make the phone call, come to my office, meet with me, and ask questions themselves before they assume what I might be meaning behind a memo or what my email meant. I hope we can develop that kind of relationship that we are able to ask those honest and open questions that we need to before things can get into a negative place. That's never good for anyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, Susan. I have the next question. So, given the current levels of anxiety and stress in the lives of students, educators, and families, and the social, emotional, academic, and financial pressures that they are facing, how do you as a superintendent have an impact on the well-being of our students, but also their families and our staff?
Well, this gets back to making sure that I'm accessible to all of those players, really being visible, setting up forums to meet with families. This is where the challenge is going to lie, because in an environment where we have to be socially distanced, it may be a blended platform to meet with community liaisons as well. Maybe a combination of trying to have some coffee sessions with parents, but also potentially doing some Zoom sessions to talk with parents, to talk with community, the town leadership. It's going to be, again, I feel it's going to be a blended platform here as well. But it really has to be, in order to feel safe to return students, parents need to feel that I'm being honest and open with them. And not just me, the entire leadership team. We need to work collaboratively together. We need to develop cohesive plans. And then we need to communicate those plans as soon as they are in effect and ready to go. Can you just ask the second part of the question again?
Sure. I just wanted to know about the social, emotional, and academic pressures and how you as a superintendent will impact their well-being of students, staff, and their families.
Yes. As I mentioned, we know that both students, staff, and family members are all going to be feeling the social, emotional trauma of all the months that we've been dealing with here. And when I think back to one of the areas that when I worked on safety and security, we started to roll out active shooter training. And at the time, I was able to work very closely with the police department to have them come in and act as the active shooters. I did the training to staff. They then acted as the shooters. We did some mock, pretend safety situations. And I recall at the time that some of my staff came to me and said, Susan, I don't feel safe to participate in the active shooter training. One of them said to me she had been at the finish line at the marathon bombing. So certainly I understood that. And some other staff members, we had some new parents or expectant parents coming to that were very far along in their pregnancies, and I knew that they didn't feel physically safe to set up the rooms in a manner to deal with a potentially active shooter situation. We have to take those situations case by case and be willing to listen and have people feel safe to come forward and voice concerns, because they're going to be having a varying level depending on their background and experiences of feeling safe to return or not. I do worry that some of the staff that have autoimmune concerns or any other physical well-being will also have some additional safety concerns, and we're going to have to take those case by case. This is really where we're going to have to make sure our adjustment councils are available. I would like to make sure that that's part of the planning process. Is it going to be a forum for not only students to get support, but is it going to be a forum for staff to get support as well? And I know we probably don't have enough support staff in the building in this area. So again, it's going to have to be very strategic how we balance those needs, but potentially setting up some small group supports, having people able to, if it's going to be remotely, having people be able to call into some group sessions. But I do think that that would be a really critical part of our planning process to make sure that our adjustment counselors, school psychologists are very integral in this process. And additionally, this may be an area that, as I mentioned before, maybe we will need some additional small group supports, potentially from interventionists. You know, if you look at the state model, they did put together some language on MTSS interventionists for social emotional well-being. It's still preliminary. I did read their work. I do think it's something that is doable, but again, only if there is funding available can you hire some additional staff. But I don't think we need to have these staff all be at the educator level or school psychologist level. I think that there can be some training given to other staff, potentially as interventionists, that could provide some small group supports as well. Again, looking day to day, week to week, this is definitely going to be an area that we need to assess probably all year, going into the fall and into the school year. But I would want to try to make sure that we have a plan in place so that once school returns in the fall, we have the first month to really assess what type of concerns students are having. Some of our best learners might be the ones that are suffering the most and have the most regression because of the social emotional well-being. And that's why I think that first month really should be coming up with a plan of how we're going to assess the needs and then how we're going to support those needs as we move into the school year and try to deal with the academic needs as well.
Thank you. Dawn?
As a school district, we are engaged in how to address systemic racism and inequities in our community and schools. Can you tell me how you advance this important work as a priority in Holliston?
Sure. Well, social justice and equity are areas that I've done a lot of research and a lot of work on my own. I had shared the other day, and I will share again, I was fortunate that I was asked to speak on a leadership topic with a group of teachers in the Philippines and also in the US, many of them Philippines, but they were from all over the world as well. I chose social justice and equity to talk about because it's an area that I focused a lot of my work during my dissertation at Northeastern in recent years. And I just think it's certainly an area. I didn't know that we were going to be dealing with the concerns related to George Floyd and all of the other racially charged moments that we've seen in recent weeks when I planned to do this work, but it was very timely. I just presented that last week, and I'm not an expert in the area, but I'm very passionate about it. I want to learn more and keep my eyes open and be very involved in helping to support racial equity. So in a district like Holliston, you don't have as much diversity as some of the surrounding districts. That being said, sometimes I think it's even more important in a district that is primarily white to make sure we come up with learning opportunities for students so that we can open their eyes, help them support the things that they're dealing with and seeing in news with all the protests. How do we help educate them and help them go out into the global world? That's really, really an area of need for all of our students. But when you live in an area that is less diverse, I think it's even more critical. I would love to see maybe some speakers come in, some people of color, that of leaders and potentially some students from other areas come and talk with students, share their experiences. The more that students can learn from one another and talk about how we can do better, that's really going to be important. Our students are going to be looking as potentially returning here in the fall. Not only are we dealing with this coronavirus, but for students to feel that as leaders, we're doing something about it. We're taking it seriously. We're not just brushing it under the rug. These are real concerns. We knew that racial inequity has been prevalent for centuries. However, now it's so in our faces. If we do nothing and don't show students that we care, that we're listening, they're not going to trust us. So this is a really important time in history. And because of my work, that's one of the reasons I do want to come and be an interim superintendent here. I can't be a hero like our people in the trenches and the nurses and the doctors. I don't have that experience. But I do feel I have the strengths and the skills as a leader to make an impact for students and staff by helping to support the work. You know, I just think if you watch my video, 1,600 people watched it. I was very excited because it was the first time I've done something like that. Again, I'm not saying I have all the answers, but I always want to learn. I'm always striving to do better, and I learn from my peers. I'm fortunate that I've been able to meet many colleagues, some professional colleagues of color that I can ask a lot of questions of, and that will help me learn and be better at what I do. As a white leader, as a female, I have my lens, and it's really important that we help students and staff see that we all have unconscious biases, and how those biases impact one another in the learning environment is really important. Making those biases making students and staff aware of those biases, training in that area is really critical. One of the groups that we brought in Weymouth was the Anti-Defamation League. They do a really nice job of talking about religious bias and cultural bias and bias with people of color in many areas. However, it needs to be something that we embed in all of the work we do. And I do think that needs to be part of the social emotional planning that we do. I see that you have that in your strategic plan, but I don't think we've ever talked about it specifically to racial inequity as we really need to address right now. This is, again, why I want to be a superintendent, because I feel this is how I can impact in a positive way. I'm always learning. I'm always striving to be better, but our students deserve better and our staff deserve better as well.
Thank you. Lisa?
Hi again. So the Bring Kids Back movement apparently started in Holliston, and they are advocating across the state for a full return to school, with exceptions for families who aren't comfortable. And one of the indicators they point to is the research that suggests that children have a much lower risk of getting COVID-19. And we saw a reflection of that, I think, to some extent in the new DESE guidelines out today. So my question is, how do you balance that push from some parents with the knowledge that we obviously also have to protect our teachers and staff who are at higher risk, and constantly be watching all the indicators? You know, we just saw there were 2 teen deaths in Florida recently related to COVID-19. So how do you sort of balance in your mind that push and pull from, you know, this understandable desire to get things back to normal and get our kids back into schools for their education and for, you know, parents to be able to go back to work, but also understanding the very serious health risks?
It's a lot. Now, we as leaders, we are already, I'm just trying to walk downstairs because I was losing connection a little bit. We as leaders are definitely feeling the stress of all of this. So can you imagine being young students who are still developing their brain capacity and the synapses haven't formed all the way? I really worry about how we get students to feel comfortable when they're dealing with so many areas. How do we even get to the academics? But we will, because it's important, it's critical. We can't ignore. All right. Hear me? Hello?
Susan, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you, yes. You were breaking up a little bit, though.
I was walking to get to a better spot. I hope I'm in a better spot.
Okay. You can shut off your video if it makes it easier to stay connected.
Okay. I feel terrible. It's really giving a broken.
You're fine where you are. We can hear you where you are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
As long as you can hear us.
I can hear you.
Okay.
And do you mind repeating the question since I lost you for a minute?
Of course.
Sure, Lisa, can you do that? Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have heard from parents with the Bring Kids Back movement advocating for a full return to school in the fall, citing evidence that children are not as affected by COVID-19. And we also saw some of that evidence a little bit. I've only glanced through the DESE guidelines, but there was a little bit about that, I think, in the guidelines as well as support documentation. And I think that there's this real push, very understandable, for parents who want to get back to work, get their children back to school. But then on the other side of that, you know, you have health concerns for teachers and this sort of ever-changing idea about how kids are affected. And I mentioned the, 2 teen deaths that were just reported in Florida. So it seems like the information is constantly changing, and it's very difficult to balance that push and pull for wanting to go back to normal, wanting to get our parents back to work, but also wanting to be safe. So it's just, the question is really just around how you balance those two things in your mind and how you make decisions when you've got these two very different competing forces at play.
And I think this is where we're going to have to be very clear and communicate regularly to parents as to where we are in the process, because it is going to be an ever-changing, and we're going to be really navigating this as we go. And yes, I do look at parents as to how stressful it is, because they do need to get back to their financial stability. They need to return to work, and they're going to look to us to be the place of safety for our students. Again, it's going to change. I worry that we cannot tell them with 100% certainty that we will be back to the basics in the fall. We may have to have that blended learning environment, and it may look like something one day physically, and the next day we may end up having to go back to remote. I saw that in some of the research when I saw some of the places, like I think it was Hong Kong, and some of the places that have returned to school. One of them had started out, and literally the next day, 2 of their high school students tested positive, and they had to close down the schools again. That unfortunately may happen, but I really think that has to be part of those plans we put out to parents, because that's why the state is asking for 3 plans. And our goal would be to have plan 1 in place. Yes, students will be returning safely to school, and this is what it's going to look like, but they have to know that that plan can change on a daily basis, on a weekly basis. These are uncharted territories for all of us. The more we can remain calm, cool, and collected and communicate effectively is going to be really important, but also being compassionate. That's something that I think is really critical. As a leader, as much as I've had to make some difficult decisions and handle some difficult things, the way we communicate and showing compassion and empathy is also very important. And parents need that empathy right now. Students need that empathy. Staff need that empathy. If we can show an empathic environment and have that and build some trust and rapport and make sure that we're communicating on a daily, weekly basis, really any changes that are occurring. If we were to tell parents right now, this is what it's going to look like for 100% certainty, we would be lying to them. So that's important, that we never give a false sense of hope that's not existent. Really communicating in an honest, transparent manner is really important. And I just know that I'm confident, just from what I'm already hearing of the Holliston environment, that you have a community that's been very collaborative. You've had a lot of good support from community liaisons, from parents, from all of the stakeholders on the town end. That approach should continue and will continue. But again, it's that 30 days, that first 30 days of planning effectively together to make sure we're ready to answer questions that we may not have answers to right now, making sure we're open to hearing concerns from parents. I think that might be an area to set up some ongoing forums. What's not going well? People are going to need to be able to feel safe to voice concerns at the educator level, at the parent level. And again, that reassurance piece and that empathy is going to go a long way.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. So this ends our prepared questions for you. Do you have any questions for us?
Well, one is, why would you ever hire this person who can't even get her internet to work correctly?
We have all had those problems, Susan. I had to make someone else host because mine kept fizzling in and out and thought, oh dear, it's going to cut out. And then the whole meeting was going to close. So no worries.
I that over plans, and I over planned today. That's why I'm so frustrated. As I told you, at my home, I found out that I was having connectivity issues, and I actually moved to a friend's house who is a technology person for Harvard University. This is a guru. So I'm using his, lo and behold, I still had issues. So I cannot say anything more about how apologetic I am, because I know how frustrating it is for you. And I know that I didn't present the way I would have liked to present because of it. But I will say, I'm 100% certain that I will do an excellent job for you. I know I have the skills. I know I have the capacity. I know I have the passion and the desire to do best for students and staff. I just would want to know, what is it that you're looking for in the next year as you start to seek a permanent superintendent? What type of superintendent are you looking for that interim piece? Obviously, someone that can jump in and be flexible is going to be really important, but what do you feel the most important things entering the district would be?
Go ahead, Lisa.
Everyone knows what I'm going to say. Communication. We've struggled in that area sometimes, and I think that, communication is always important, but it's so much more important now than it's ever been before. And parents don't always expect us to have the answers. Sometimes it feels like they do, but I think that the more important piece is to say what we know, what we don't know, and clearly communicate how we're going to go about trying to find answers to what we don't know, or at least a timeline. I feel like that is something that is going to be crucial going forward, especially in balancing all the different needs. There's going to be, we're in crisis mode, right? But we also have to be able to still listen to parents, listen to students, listen to teachers, listen to paraprofessionals, listen to everyone, and take in all that information and distill it into action items that are actually possible for us. And I think that's hugely challenging, but so critical for us right now.
I would agree. And that's something that, I've had staff come to me at different times. Sometimes I've had parental complaints come to my level that they didn't feel an administrator communicated to them in a timely manner. And I've always said, always get back within 24 hours at the latest, I would hope. Certainly we're in an age of technology where people can get back and expect ongoing communication. But again, I strive never to give false information. And like you were saying, if I don't have an answer, the most important thing is to reach out to a parent or a school committee member, whoever the person is that's looking for information. I will look into that and get back to you, is an answer that at least shows that you're paying attention. I've had really important things that I've had to deal with as an administrator, and sometimes not hearing back for days from the person that I need information from. I will always understand that you don't have the answer, but it's important to at least start the conversation and get it rolling and come up with a plan and what the timeline is going to look like. So I agree with you 100%. And I've worked really hard to be a good communicator in that area, because I really do think that people understand that at the end of the day, you may have to make a decision that they don't agree with, but if you've given them a chance to listen to them and vet out their concerns, the answer and the solution might end up being the same solution you're going to do, but at least to give a voice to the players that are going to be impacted is really important. So that ongoing communication, that quick communication is really important. I have learned that I shouldn't be sending out emails at 2 a.m. However, I was chastised by someone for sending out emails at a very late hour. So I always try to put them in my draft form and wait for the next morning. So these are all things we learn as leaders over time. It's something we have to get better and better, but realizing that when you make a mistake and learn from it, and that's an area that I can always grow in.
And Louise?
Yeah, so, it's so tricky. There isn't a district in the country that isn't facing a complex layer of challenges here. I do think we just put the icing on the cake by, taking on a new superintendent in the context of a pandemic, only, maybe 60 days from reopening. And when you add in some of the other elements from, making a truly concerted effort to district-wide address the social justice and systematic racism consciousness in everything that we do. All of that has to happen. And I think in short, we really need somebody who can hit the ground running. We just can't afford a lot of time to for somebody to get up to speed on sort of what the job is, never mind who we are, recognizing that still has to happen. So I would say there's that, but then there's something else. This committee has been in place now for the most part. We have a brand new member as of like yesterday, but a number of us have been on the school committee for a while, and we're engaged. We're a lot. But we really, I think, depend on our superintendent to be a partner and collaborative and to communicate with us and to work with us and definitely like tell us, you don't worry, we've got this. The concern may not be as big as we think, but being receptive to our input and questions and concerns. And similarly with the parents and community, I think parents, when it gets to your level, when a parent ultimately is reaching out to the superintendent, it's not. It's because for some reason their answer didn't get the answer they were looking for along the way. But at least being able to engage with them in dialogue and that receptivity and being able and willing to hear people out. I think that's really important to the culture of Holliston. I hope I'm not speaking out of turn if anyone else disagrees.
Well, I like and respect that you have that open communication, or that you hope to continue in open communication with the superintendent, because one of the things that has concerned me in previous districts that I've worked at, sometimes I've seen that element of surprise, so that you come to a school committee, meeting, for example, and you get asked a question blindsided and you had no understanding or no ability to even look into it before the meeting, so you're not going to be able to answer it. And that just looks bad for all of us. So anytime we can work together and communicate and ask those questions and reach out by phone. I always say, sometimes I've had things misconstrued. I had a staff member send me some negative things by email, and I always would say, sometimes it's better not to put all that in an email. Let's talk. I know we're very busy, but sometimes that time, that extra 5 minutes to pick up the phone or to come by the office and meet in person is really critical, because things can get misconstrued over time and cause things to go in a direction that they don't need to go. So the more we can work together as a school committee and superintendent to have the open and honest communication is really important to me. It's what I desire as a superintendent. And I'm glad to see that you have that type of collaborative nature, because I have seen that not all school committees do have that rapport with superintendents. But I think that goes back to building that trust together and being able to have honest communication back and forth. One thing I will always do as a superintendent, I've had a lot of legal training, and if there are questions that I'm being asked that I cannot share, I will be very honest about that, because also as a superintendent, it's my job to protect the district from litigation and legal ramifications if I'm oversharing information. So that's how we learn together. Talking about what we can and cannot talk about is really important. But again, making sure not to just blow off an answer, taking time to reach out and explain why I cannot share certain information is important. I've learned to develop that type of relationship with my previous school committee members, and I'm always glad when I can have that open feedback and back and forth. And also when I make a mistake, I'm very clear to own my mistake and be transparent about this is how we learn, this is how we grow. It's always a learning opportunity for all of us. And the same with staff. When staff make a mistake, I'm never one to raise a voice or yell at them. My question is always, what would you do differently if you had this information now? What might you do differently after you saw how something turned out? But I think as long as we look at it, particularly now with what's going on currently, that flexibility is crucial, but also learning and owning mistakes is going to be really part of that process of making sure we do better and keep things moving forward in Holliston.
Thank you.
Thanks, Susan. So just to give you just a little bit of update on our process, we're continuing our interviews tonight, and then we're planning our deliberations on Monday morning and Tuesday morning if necessary. So we'll be in touch with you soon.
All right. Well, again, thank you so much. You certainly had to be flexible with me tonight, and I didn't get to put my best foot forward, but I hope you were able to see how passionate I am as a leader and how much I am concerned with social justice and equity, which I really think is a big part of how we move forward in the district.
Thanks, Susan. Have a good night.
Thank you. You too. Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and do our last interview, okay? Please mute and turn off your video. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for your patience. We are finishing up our fourth and final interview for the interim superintendent candidates. And we now have Keith Boudet, who is in the waiting room, and I'm going to have him come right now. Here comes Keith. Hi, Keith. Oops, there you go. Hi, Keith.
Good evening, sorry.
Good evening. Thank you for your patience. I'm sorry we were running behind a little bit. We had some technical issues earlier, so it put us behind by a little bit.
Okay.
So we don't have to go around the room too much about, although let's welcome Catherine, because you haven't, I don't know if you've met Catherine yet.
I've not officially met
Not
Catherine.
officially. Hi.
But the rest of us know each other, so we can get right into questions.
Certainly.
So we can start with Dawn.
Hi, Keith. At your preliminary interview, Principal Nicole Bottomley introduced you to our district. Holliston is innovative and progressive in technology and instructional practices. We have 4 schools comprised of 2 elementary schools, 1 middle school, and 1 high school. Our district offers Montessori, French immersion, and traditional programs at the elementary levels. Ms. Bottomley discussed with you several of the initiatives at each school, and our Holliston community demands value for their tax dollar, transparency, and the highest level of educational achievement for all students. My question is, why are you interested in the interim superintendent position in Holliston? And why now? So why now is relative to why at this point in your career, and why right now in the summer of 2020 amidst a pandemic and perilous economic times, and why our district? So why Holliston and why now?
Well, I think the district answer is easy because I'm here. So that's, you know, I've been here 19 and a half years now, and the idea of leaving here is not preeminent in my thoughts. I do believe that I am uniquely qualified to serve this district in this town as interim superintendent during this time. In my 19 and a half years, at different points, I've been responsible for every functional area except for curriculum instruction, and that includes student services and technology. During our 2 water crises, I led the district being the point person with the Board of Health and the Select Board, ensuring that staff and students were safe and schools were open. During multiple bad budget years, I was at the forefront of all of our efforts to mitigate those, including both our -4 and our 9C cut years. I was the tech lead or the tech director during the transition from our MacBook pilot to BYOD to the 1-to-1 at Adams to the 1-to-1 at the high school. I know the talent we have here on our staff. It's the key to our success. We have a very talented staff, both in the classroom and administration level. I mean, we do need to cultivate that staff. We need to continue to cultivate that staff, I should say, through effective use of professional development led by our assistant superintendent and the principals. We need to encourage and support our teachers when they take risks. We need to put pressure on our students to kind of expand their comfort level with education and learning. And, you know, I have a firm belief that all students can learn. And we need to make sure that we motivate those students, inspire them, give them the opportunity to have a passion about learning in a subject area or just in general. It's so important for these students nowadays, especially with all the distractions that are available that certainly I didn't have when I was younger, that again makes it difficult for them at times. And it's so key. It really is. My institutional knowledge means I'll be able to hit the ground running. There's not going to be a learning curve here for me. I've established relationships with both, obviously, the school staff, both administration right down through the teaching level, and with virtually every town department. And all of my relationships are good relationships. For example, yesterday I was on a call with the fire chief and the director of Park and Rec to reopen committee and field. It met the standards that Michael required. So it was time to open the fields. So again, that just is a recent example of that. So again, that's just kind of why now, why Holliston. So.
Thank you. Catherine?
Hi. So I'm wondering if you could give us a picture of what you think your first 30 days as the interim superintendent would look like.
So my entry plan. Well, luckily for me, again, my institutional knowledge means that my entry plan is not about learning where buildings are, who people are, et cetera. It's about working towards as I'm sure either you've heard today or you read from Brad, that the commissioner came out with basically we have to have 3 plans. One of the plans I kind of think is a misnomer, the fully open piece. I think is a misnomer because parents will opt to possibly have children stay home. So even our fully open plan is going to have some piece of hybrid into it. So I kind of view it as 2 plans with degrees in the hybrid plan of a fully hybrid model where it's maybe some every other day schedule or something like that, or the hybrid model that comes from being fully open. So, but that's what we would be doing. We have been working on those plans. An advantage, again, that I think I do have is being the person who's in charge of all operations here. Many of our hurdles, many of our roadblocks, I've actually, I think, said this at a school committee meeting, that operations is going to be the gatekeeper for education in a lot of ways, because whether it be I can't transport enough students or safety or lunches or all those sorts of items that, again, we have to do and make available in a safe fashion, it is going to be a huge challenge for this district. I know the guidelines went from 6 feet to 3 feet. People are saying, oh, now you can have twice as many chairs. Well, they kind of forget the fact that each desk is 2 feet wide. So it's not really 6 feet to 3 feet. It's really 8 feet to 5 feet. So, again, when you do the math of that, it's not going to be double. So again, my first 30 days is going to be keeping us on task with regards to moving us forward with trying to develop our 3 plans and hopefully hearing back from the state, the commissioner's office with regards to transportation, because that's, again, going to be a huge challenge. As I've, again, mentioned school committee meetings, and you all know that with regards to how many children can I put on a bus, and it's going to be a challenge. So, but yeah, so it's hitting the ground running, getting to work, and moving us forward. So.
Excellent. Thank you.
Andy?
Keith. Some of my question you've addressed a little bit already, but I think it's still worth asking the whole question. As interim superintendent for 2020-2021, you'll be asked to coordinate the opening of our schools. Given much is still unknown about what the fall will look like, what skills do you possess that will ensure as smooth an opening as possible? What are the areas that you will be most concerned about if we open to students fully in person? What are the areas that you'll be concerned about if we open in a hybrid model or in a complete remote learning situation?
Did you have areas that were fully open that I just blew up that part of the question for you?
Sure, I understand that your answer, but within what you've...
Right. So again, my skill set with regards to a smooth opening, having at one point in my time here, having the nurses work for me, I've built up great relationships there. Lynn and I talk every couple of days now about PPE, new guidelines. So I was on the phone with her again today, dropping things off in her office. So again, I think that that's going to be a very critical component because the nurses are going to be at the center in the buildings of making sure that we are meeting the standards and keeping children as safe as possible, whether it be in routes throughout the building, in having isolation rooms for students if they're ill, sanitizing spaces that may have been used. It's going to be a very coordinated effort. So again, both my familiarity or relationships with existing staff is going to be one area. The other, obviously, is, again, operationally, with regards to knowing how to do buses, knowing all these pieces that are second nature to me at this point in my career, that, again, we have to have that all set up. My relationship with the principals and the assistant superintendent, knowing that I'll be able to easily work with them when it comes to making sure that whichever model we're in, whether it's a hybrid model where we're going to have to figure out, again, former tech director working with Dan, of figuring out how we're going to both do in class and a remote piece for the students who are not attending, whether it be from hybrid forced onto us or hybrid by parents' choice. It's having been here, knowing these buildings so as well as I do, I have the opportunity and the ideas that come from that opportunity, where again, whether it be moving two schools into one school, whether it be, it's knowing how many rooms have the shared doorway, so we may be able to split classrooms there. The biggest concern I think I have, and I've spoken with Jamie Slaney about this, is the pre-K to 2 children, for them not to be face-to-face full-time is a critical component. I mean, put yourself in the shoes of a kindergarten teacher who has to try to develop relationships with a child who they're seeing maybe every other day, maybe every third day, maybe not at all for fully remote. I've been a proponent of, and I talked to Jamie about this, that if we have the opportunity to be fully remote for one day, fully in session for one day, let's be fully in session for one day. Worry about day 2 when it happens. Worry about day 3 when it happens. Because again, even a couple of good days, I mean, you all know my 180 pristine days. It's if I can have 2 or 3 good days, it's better than having no good days before we end up remote. And those are some of my real concerns here from an educational perspective of again, teacher-child relationship, teacher-student relationship is so critical in those years. And again, for a teacher not to be able to have established that, and again, it's not going to be a 2 or 3 day process to establish it, but 2 or 3 good days, 2 or 3 good weeks, 2 or 3 good months is a lot better than none. And so that's been, obviously one of my concerns. I'm just reading the notes that I just quickly wrote down from your question. Again, the areas that most concern me right now, truthfully, is lunch. How lunch is going to be facilitated. I mean, we talk about putting lunch in the classrooms at the elementary level. Well, who's going to supervise the students in those rooms? So we put a para in there. We have to get them lunch. We're pulling a para from providing supports for another student, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it's obviously going to need more staffing. There's no question about that. But it's those types of things that kind of keep me up at nights. It's thinking about lunch at the middle school, which again, you're not going to be able to do in the classrooms. It's about lunch at the high school. You're not going to be able to do in the classrooms. It's just not going to work that way effectively. So, these are the types of things. Do we have enough large spaces where we can separate that? In some ways, we can maybe purchase the dividers that you see in a lot of places now that create little booths in the lunchroom. So it's, I know I'm bringing up a lot of operational things, but at times they kind of get put on the back burner, and they're really the kind of things that are really going to hang us out to dry from a safety perspective. So.
Thanks. I have the next question, Keith. So given the current levels of anxiety and stress in the lives of our students, our educators, and our families, and the social, is there something wrong? You can't hear me?
I can hear you. I'm not.
Oh, sorry, Anne-Louise, I thought you were raising your hand at me.
No, well, go ahead. I mean, it's fine. I'll go after you then.
Oh, I'm sorry. I jumped you. Why did I do that? I'm sorry about that.
Okay, it's my question.
I have the list in front of me.
No fighting over it.
I jumped ahead of everybody. I'm sorry.
Didn't want to ask the question because it's.
Go ahead, Anne-Louise. You do yours. I jumped in front of everybody. I'm so sorry.
No, don't apologize. I actually thought maybe you were going to skip because it's a budget question.
No, I'm sorry. I would have let you know that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, Keith, as you know, Holliston prides itself on delivering an outstanding education for all students. And that really requires investing in education from our programs and resources, and importantly, in our teachers. But, we try to manage that careful line between, sort of maintaining a consistent budget and putting our resources in the most important places, but avoiding and doing it conservatively and trying to avoid the need for an override or putting ourselves at risk for layoffs because we overspend or don't plan ahead. And try to anticipate when things can happen. Of course, no one anticipated this. We worked closely with you on finances, but can you share with us, and importantly, I think for the community, maybe a little bit more about your philosophy around managing district finances, both with respect to operating and capital, and to the extent that, it's worth adding on what you've just shared, how you see the COVID-19 situation impacting our financial picture and how you would navigate that.
It's funny, when I first started here, we were fighting over whether our budget was going to go up by 8 or 9%. I will say I miss those days, but past is past. Back in those days also, we used to talk when we built the budget around the concentric circles of the middle circle being the classroom, supports for the classroom, one circle out, and then operations on the outside. Now, as much as I didn't like mine being on the outside, the fact is that it's a great way to look at it, that you really do have to build your budget around the classroom. We have to give the children, our primary purpose here is education. It's about, developing children and developing, again, as I said earlier, that passion for learning. And we have to provide those opportunities, and whether it be a different textbook series, whether it be different technology, whether it be, a co-teaching model, whether it be doing project-based learning, whichever thing we're doing on any given year and how we're moving forward with that, we do plan for that. We do discuss that. We do work out the both from a budgetary standpoint, a timing standpoint, because it is a process. You do wind yourself down this road of, well, we can't afford to do everything right now. We couldn't go to one-to-one at the middle school in 1 year. So we did a 1-grade pilot, for example, and we built off of that. And so you have to have that kind of vision and plan as you go into these things to make sure that you've vetted out your plan, you've timed it out, you've presented it both to the school committee and other town departments, or really still the FinCom, but to make sure that everybody's kind of on board on it, has an expectation for what to expect as we go down the path. We know that the Finance Committee now expects us to come forward with 2 grades of Chromebooks every year. They know that, they're prepared for that, as an example. But again, so building the budget in that fashion where you really worry about that inner circle first, whether it be relating to class size, again, whether it be supports in that classroom, the next circle out. It's again, something that we've done, and I think done effectively. It's why we've been able to mitigate outside of one really bad year, and that was the -4 budget year, which nobody's going to have a good year there. But outside of that year, we've really mitigated our cuts or reductions, loss of programs or loss of staff through creative means, whether it be, our school choice program, which again, are we selling education, which I've had school committee members tell me in the past, sure. But again, at the benefit of us having some discretionary money to be able to fix some of these problems. Did we have to raise fees? Yes. Was that fun? No. But again, it was about making sure that we kept as many programs and that inner circle was protected as much as possible. With regards to capital, again, we got to care for our assets. The town invested $77 million 20 years ago now in our 4 buildings. And, it's important for us to continue to maintain that. You see me come forward every year with some new things for curriculum or instruction and some new things for building. And it's always going to be that way. We're always going to have a piece of, moving the educational enterprise forward or the learning enterprise forward, and then making sure that we're protecting or ensuring our assets are well maintained. Because again, we don't want to have to go back knocking. I mean, do we have an SOI out there? Absolutely. But that's truthfully more about design of this building than, say, the building being decrepit, which is why we didn't get moved forward in our first year. Because again, when they walked around here, they were very complimentary of the condition of our buildings, actually. And it's not going to help us, and we're not going to not take care of it to try to move up that list. But on the other hand, it certainly was a nice little pat on the back for us that we are taking care of the building. So, from that, it's again trying to even from the capital piece of working on that inner circle first and then moving our way out. With regards to COVID, we're going to spend significant dollars. We already have. We've already put in $400,000 worth of technology and some PPE and some extra cleaning and things of that nature. More's coming. In the whether it's a full hybrid or a quasi-hybrid world, there's going to be a lot more technology in a classroom for that teacher to effectively be able to do their lesson both in person and remotely at the same time. And it's going to be a lot of technology coming in the door, getting implemented very quickly. We may have to contract out staff to do it as well. I mean, there's money going to be spent there. And luckily that piece of the $225 per student that's going to lead to over $600,000 to us is going to certainly help us and move us forward. I know people talk about the CARES Act money, the ESSER grant that we do get, which is all of $50,000. Actually not 50, it was 40, whatever it was, 48,000. That's not going to take us very far, but again, it's still just another resource in this. And so it's kind of pooling all these things together because we do have a year that's going to challenge us. On the positive side, most of these things are to be spent by December 31st. So there's either more money coming, or they don't mind us spending it quickly. So that's a good thing. So either there's going to be more money after January, or at least, again, they're not expecting us to drag this out throughout the whole year. So that was something that was heartening, at least from my perspective, that, again, they weren't thinking that, when I need more, hand sanitizer in February, that I'm holding money for that. So, but yes, the COVID thing, we are on top of, and once we build our models with regards to the instruction piece, it's going to be how do we then implement that, and that's where the money comes in for, from these other programs. So,
thank you,
Lisa.
I have the communication question.
Sorry.
Here we go. Please tell us about your communication strengths, style, and strategy. The alliteration there is not intentional, by the way. It was not meant to be a tongue twister. What do you consider best practices for effectively communicating with and responding to educators, students, parents, and school committee members? We are interested in how you might contribute to improving communications, as well as your position on if, when, and how debates and rumors on social media should be addressed. That's it. End of question.
Sure. Communication. Way back when, Metro West Daily News was our main communication vehicle. They'd actually show up at school committee meetings and, run an article the next day, and great. That's obviously changed. You all put out your newsletter, which you felt as an important piece of you communicating out to your constituents. The superintendent puts out a twice-a-year newsletter that, again, is a nice summary and a nice motivating thing, but it's not what I think that either you're looking for or what the community is looking for. The strengths-wise, strengths and style, I'm going to kind of put together a little bit. My style is people send me emails about this. I have a tendency to call people. I like to be able to have the discussion. I want to be able to have the follow-on question. I don't want it to be a one-stop and I hit send and I'm done. Which because again, the people deserve better than that. And, I also find, truthfully, that from a strategy standpoint, people sometimes have keyboard courage. And, this allows me to at least try to diffuse that somewhat and have a discussion. Just because they may not like what I'm doing, they also may not like my answer when I give them the answer, because it may be something I'm doing purposefully for a reason. And I'll listen to their, what they have to say and consider it. But if it's something like, well, why don't you go to school for 178 days? Well, we can't. I mean, it's there's pieces of that. And so, I from a style perspective, and I do think it's a strength of mine, I do think I'm a good communicator with regards to, as I think you all know, I don't mind talking. And so it's one of those things that, again, as I can't communicate now, of course, as I, in reaching out to these people, it gives me the opportunity to build new relationships there and hopefully turn somebody who may have been somebody throwing rocks at us to somebody who at least understands, why we are doing what we're doing. And again, whether they agree with it or disagree with it, hopefully they understand that there's a reason behind it, which again, most people want to know what the reason is. And so once I provide that reason, then, then at least they may not like the reason and then come to yell at you about me or something, but at least there's a reason behind it. Strategy, I guess that's actually part of strategy too, is that my strategy is try to diffuse it through conversation, not inflame it through a secondary or an email back and have banter via email. It's just not an effective tool there. I mean, sometimes, yes, email has to work. Somebody has a problem at night and I'm not going to call them at 10:30 at night or something. And if the email needs to come out, then sure. If it's to a group of people, it's probably going to be an email then because of, that purpose. But again, and again, I think it's a strength, and I do think it's a strategy, and it's my style. Best practices with educators. The best practice is going to depend on the reason behind it. I think you all know I have an open door policy. Enough of you walk through here, and my door is open, and some of you plop yourself in here and express your interests or thoughts. But it depends on the purpose. If it's something that is going to be more conversational, hey, what do you think of this idea? I was thinking about doing this. Do you have any resources for that? Do you have a vendor for this? Then open door, let's chat. If it's something that's more union-based, more formal, I may need to write a letter. I might write an email or something because it needs to be a little more formal. So it's going to depend on, the purpose behind it when we're talking about our own staff. So it's not a one-size-fits-all when it comes to that, just because of depending on the reason behind the initial reach out on what's the best way to do that. Students, I love meeting with students. I mean, the environmental club, before we were doing a lot of recycling, little green team green committee thrown out there. Before we were doing a lot of recycling, I'd have members of the environmental club coming down all the time from the high school, and I enjoy that. And I'd have them set up a meeting, we'd meet. And again, with students, that face-to-face, and even if it's a group of students, that face-to-face is something they deserve, and it's skills they need to learn. That's, one of the C's is communication. And again, and leading to a collaboration possibly with them on a project. So, we had a National Honor Society student this year come down to talk to me about solar panels on the flag lot. And, so it was, again, communicating with her, having her communicate with me, again, collaborating on a project. I put her in touch with the contractor who's doing the town project, and she's talked to that person. So, it's that sort of thing where, again, that's that one with students. I'm very much, I want to be face-to-face. I think there's best practice. Where am I listed? Parents, again, we used to do more things with parents or with the public way back when, like during the -4 budget year, for example. We went out and did we call it a dog and pony show because we had to call it something. But we went to each school. It was 3 consecutive nights. We went to the elementary schools one night, middle school the next night, and the high school the following night. And I reviewed each of those budgets with whomever showed up, line by line, answered questions for 3 hours. It was a laborious process, to say the least. But I think it, at least when explaining why decisions were being made, again, they may not like the result, but they heard the reasons behind it, which I do think is an important piece of that. So, with the public, it depends. Again, best practices depending on what it is. There's a dance at the high school tonight that go through virtually any means, an email, a tweet, anything, Facebook. But for things such as serious items, I do think that face-to-face is critical. Whether it's a parent having a problem with a child, with a parent, again, the best practice is going to depend on the subject and the topic. But I do think that the public is owed, and not just from you, even though I know you're the elected officials, but they're owed time from us to get in front of them when situations arise, and to do that. You guys did that with the school start times forum this year, and I think that was great. I think it was exactly the appropriate thing to do. I know it was tough, and I know it was a long meeting and a lot of tough questions, but it was the right thing to do. It was getting in front of the people. And Brad sat up there and answered questions as well. And that whole piece of it needed to happen. And I agree 100% with that. And then school committee members, I should communicate with you every minute of the day. No, it's again, you keep the certain questions you are asking to become more knowledgeable. And I've said this to a lot of you, an informed school committee member is one of my best assets. And it's very important to us that you are informed, because you need to know. You need to explain what we're doing sometimes to the public. And you can't do that unless you're informed. So I don't think any of you can ever say that you've come to me and I've told you to get out of my office. Seriously, not for fun. But no, and when you've asked questions, I've tried to always answer them. And if I didn't have the answer, I've told you, just give me a day or two and get back to you on it. I think that, again, you being informed benefits us, not just me, but benefits all of us here. at the district level, because again, we have that interaction, we have that relationship, and we have that partnership. Partnership's a big word with me throughout all of my operations here. I mean, with my subordinates, whenever I hire them, I explain to them that we're in a partnership. We have different roles in that partnership, but it is a partnership. They look bad, I look bad. And it's the same sort of thing that I have with you is if I look bad, you look bad. And it's again, different roles in the partnership. You're the elected board. You know, I'm an administrator here, but again, it's that partnership. And that's a real important word to me in my career. So again, with regards to school committee, it's 24/7. You guys ping me on weekends, and I'm not complaining. This is not a complaint, but it's 24/7 because again, I do believe you need to be informed. And I don't mind being the person that does that. So, did I get everything? No, you had something else here.
I think you did.
You just tell me to
Social media.
Social media.
Social media.
Social media is a tough one here because we've taken a couple of forays into that. One when I was the tech director, so I was one of the leaders of it, and we keep kind of doing it. The challenge with social media is we like it to be a little bit of a decentralized model with the schools doing a lot of it, whether it be through Twitter or Instagram, you know, showing the great things that are happening in the schools, and everybody loves that. So it ends up being a decentralized model. It makes no sense for the district to go and retweet something because you're just throwing more noise into it. I think it's fine if you're trying to just make sure it's somebody who's following that, you know, who's following us that picks it up. The challenge is, I think, with social media is trying to figure out what message you're trying to get across. If you're doing it in a public relations fashion, so you're looking for those things like the tweets or the Instagram post showing that we're doing this great thing in this classroom and this great thing at grade 7 and so on and so forth, great. If you're looking to send out a message, a more formal message, I mean, Brad went down that path for a while with regards to his blog was becoming the technology superintendent. And he had one post in 1 month and then the next one. And then I think he realized that nobody was following him at all. And so it kind of died under its own weight a little bit. And so, you know, that's the thing is, and now hopefully with our new website, it'll be things like that be a little more prominent. But if you're trying to update the community in normal times, now obviously COVID world is constant communication pretty much. I mean, the interim superintendent is going to be sending out at least weekly notices and through some media, whether it be email or you know, through a blog or some other thing, Facebook. That's going to be at least weekly, if not at times daily. But in a normal world, you're going to be looking for you know, basically the state of the school's address or the state of the schools any given week, bi-weekly, monthly. I mean, you have to figure out what the right pace is because you don't want to you know, that's the tough thing I think with social media is you have to choose the right tool. You know, where are people going to read you, and then the right frequency. And so it's that balance between tool and frequency. And if you miss it on either end of it, too many, too few, you lose, you know, 60%, 70% of the population. So I believe it's important. I believe it should be done. I believe that even not in a COVID world, is important and should be done. In a COVID world, it's doubly important because we may be fully in session on Tuesday and Wednesday we may be fully remote. You know, you don't go out to the bus for the 10 kids I'm putting on the bus because it's not coming. So was that everything? I think so.
You got it. Thank you, Keith.
Okay.
Stacy?
Hi, Keith. So as interim superintendent, how do you see your role in developing policy with the school committee and then implementing those policies?
Well, my answer may be a little different because if I was lucky enough to be appointed, you know, after the year, I'm going to fall back into another role. So policy will still affect me. So I won't be too cavalier with the school committee during policy meetings. You guys have 3 responsibilities. One of them is policy. It is a critical component to running the schools. It is one of the guiding documents that we use in the schools to conduct our business. It's the reason why, you know, you call me in from time to time for policy meetings because of things that relate directly to something that I run for you. So, you know, again, it's a critical component. Obviously, the interim superintendent is, the person who you are getting the 411 on the schools from. That the interim superintendent in this case is going to be telling you how things are running here. So when you do a policy on subject X, then, okay, what we're doing on X is this, 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 and this. And you're going to say, well, we need to adjust the policy by that. So the interim superintendent is the subject matter or not subject matter, but the procedural expert, or the, in practice expert of what that policy is going to deal with. And from that, you all, will build your policy around that information. And so it's a partnership between the superintendent and the policy subcommittee to make sure that your policies represent what you want to represent. And then from the administration standpoint, that they provide the guidelines and it's a guiding document for us so we can conduct the business as we need to in the schools.
Thank you. I also have a second question that's actually not necessarily related. Can you describe your experience overcoming challenges working with the collective bargaining units and their leadership? And I need to share with you the reason why, and you understand this, we are asking this question not because we think we have a challenging relationship with the HFT. We're in challenging times and things are coming up. So that's where that question came from.
As I think you all know, I've got 19 years of collective bargaining experience here. I have other years of collective bargaining experience in other jobs. I've worked closely with the HFT for all those 19 years. They now encompass 3 bargaining units, the teachers, the paras, and the secretaries, 2 of them being our largest units, the secretaries, which is about the size of a couple of other units of ours. I think I'm comfortable saying that I have a good relationship with every one of their presidents, with every one of their leadership teams. I deal with them regularly based on either answering questions on things that are in their contract, working with them on provisions for changing their contract. When you talk about a challenge, I'll go back to the -4 budget year, where we laid off over 30 staff members, more than 20 teachers, high 20s in the teachers. And that was a process that I had to do. It was going to be my process because it dealt with seniority, it dealt with licensure of teachers, it dealt with the needs of the district. So we had to figure out, we needed, 8 fourth grade teachers. And so who has the licensure for this, who has the seniority, and we had to work through that. Once we worked through all the layoffs that we had to do, I then met with the union leadership individually and reviewed that with them. And it was as tough a discussion as it was based on the subject. And I'm not making light of it. As tough as a subject it was, I think truthfully, in a lot of ways, it helped the relationship because they got to see with what care I took with that. And, that I exhausted every possibility before coming to them. And, there were absolutely no changes that they made by anything that we had done wrong procedurally or functionally as part of this process. And again, it goes back to partnerships. You got to partner with the units. It's we have different roles in that partnership, labor and management, but it's still a partnership. And, when you use that partnership to the benefit of both parties, which I think does happen, not can happen, does happen, you end up being able to solve a lot more problems and a lot more situations. So you go into next year COVID, and we're going to have to figure out what type of environment we're in and things like that. You've got to partner with them. You've got to get them in on the process early in the process and work with them on it and figure out how you're going to approach this, because some things will come down from Malden, from DESE. Some things are going to be locally accepted or locally planned out. And those are the types of things that first we need to talk about what would come down from DESE, and then how that's going to impact things. And then from the local perspective, what we want to do locally, what are their opinions on it, how are we going to work together in that? And again, it's partnerships. I can't emphasize that enough. So.
Thanks, Keith. Now I have my question after leapfrogging everybody earlier. So given the current levels of anxiety and stress in the lives of our students, educators, and their families, and the social, emotional, academic, and financial pressures that they face, how do you, as superintendent, have an impact on the well-being of our students and our educators and also our families?
Some of it is I think self-evident with regards to some of the things we've already done. As I think you all know, I wholeheartedly supported, more than supported, endorsed the continuation of the lunch program going through, Brad approved it through the end of the year. He would have approved it longer if he was going to be here longer, but justified it to him. And because I believe in the fact that we need to try to make sure that any families that are struggling have the opportunity to make sure that they're at least getting a couple of meals, from us, that, even though we normally don't run a summer food program, that we're going to do it this year. And so one of the first things that I would do, as if I'm lucky enough to be appointed interim, would be to endorse the fact that we're going to continue that moving forward. Some of it may be about some decisions we may have to make about financial aspects of it. But again, that's where I would talk to you all and say, is it worth to us to take a $2,000 risk? And I don't know if this is a made up number, but a $2,000 risk to keep doing this in the summer. And you all would say yes or no based on that. But that's information, again, that you would need to help make that decision. I would tell you right now, I would endorse it. That there's no question about that. But again, the risk would be with resources that you all have. And, and again, there are availability of resources. I mean, COVID money can be spent on feeding people. So, I mean, the risk may be mitigated, and the feds are picking up a piece of it as well through reimbursement. So again, there may be no risk, come July 1st. So, I could be big and brave and say we're going to do it. But, again, if there was some financial risk, that is something I would bring to you and make sure that we were partnering on that type of decision. With regards to stress levels of staff or students, we do have a number of, at least from the students' end of things, we do have quite a number of counseling resources available within the schools, whether it be our guidance counselors, school, our social workers, our adjustment counselors, our school psychologists, availability to go to youth and family services, a partnership there. We do have resources available, and if you actually look at the amount of money we spend on counseling services compared to the average school district, we're actually significantly ahead of the average school district. And this isn't saying we need to make a cut there. This is saying that we do have the resources available. With regards to staff, in partnership with the town, run through the treasurer's office, there are employee assistance programs. But, I would think that if we really felt there was something significant going on, I'd expect the principals to report that, because they would be the ones who would see it more frequently, that we would try to work through and see if the union was interested in possibly using some of our own resources, and whether it be a youth and family service or our own adjustment counselors, social workers, et cetera, to work with our own staff. And I know some staff may not be comfortable doing that. I get that. But that's where maybe you create partnerships with Hopkinton, Ashland, Medway, one of the neighboring communities too, so that there's some more confidentiality, at least internally, so you don't have to go to a friend about a problem, but go to a different district. And again, having those relationships with these other communities, as I do, because again, of my tenure here, my participation in statewide organizations, that's something that I think we could do and make an additional service available for staff. So financial, obviously, we a number of years ago, the school committee, with regards to the full day kindergarten program, the school committee changed our discount rate from offering free for students who are on free lunch to go from a 25% discount to 100% discount. And for people who are on reduced, from a 25% discount to a 50% discount. I would assume that we would have a discussion about that again if the financial things were hitting more people and we felt that there was a need in this town. We might look at having to do something in that area and maybe look for temporary support from the town. There's another town meeting coming in October, and if we discovered that people were really struggling with those types of needing but not being able to afford, additional care for their students, to be able to work and make money, to be able to, try to utilize more town resources there. But that's something we would do in conjunction with each other. And, again, in other words, what I'm trying to say is there's more places I know we can go and more places I know things that we can do. And, it's just about making sure we have the resources to do them and not impact the overall educational enterprise. So, social emotional piece. I mean, we've obviously made a big effort with social emotional with regards to, we started with Brad's task force that hit a number of areas, created the wellness council, made curricular changes, mood check, which I just signed the invoice for next year's mood check. So we're good there. So that sort of thing where again, we've been able to continue to support there. If we needed more, we obviously have a great relationship with the people from Wellesley Center for Women. And if we needed to expand that to another grade, another this, another that, I'm sure we'd be able to do something like that, and they'd quote us a price in a heartbeat. So I do think that, again, a lot of this stuff is developing as we go along. And we just have to, I think, be facile and light on our feet and be willing to kind of not throw any idea out where supports are needed. And we need to figure out where those supports are. And, who would have ever thought that we have had a group in town that would have done all the deliveries for the lunch program this year? And the summer, they're going to probably peter out a little bit, but add on to that, the Lions Club is going to pick up the slack on it. So again, there's people that are willing to help in certain areas, and we can certainly utilize that. And, if they're willing to help, let's not, say back off. We have to figure out where we can utilize them, how to utilize them, and again, pull that off. So.
Thank you. Dawn?
Keith, as a school district, we are engaged in how to address systemic racism and inequities in our community and schools. Tell me how you would advance this important work as a priority in Holliston.
Well, we're very lucky in Holliston with regards to, and I think you saw it at the last full school committee meeting, or no, it wasn't full, it was the adjourned school committee meeting that we did on that Monday. You saw a passion come out in Peter, our assistant superintendent, that we don't often see. He has, and this comes from his time in Somerville, that he has a passion for this equity, for providing equity to all students. And, he is diving into this, building, more racism pieces into our curriculum wholeheartedly. Do we have, is it true that, and Brad cited the numbers, and the first one he cited from basically when I started here, which was we're in the low 90s of a white community or a white school district in the early 2000s. Now we're in the low 80s. So we're becoming more diverse, but it's certainly not racing there. So we do have some problems with regards to making an authentic learning opportunity or an authentic opportunity for students here to have more relations in that way. I did get an email, which it turns out I was reading while I was waiting to start the meeting, from a former student. And, she's got a lot of great ideas here, things such as, partnering with another community on some events or some presentations or whatever, to who's more racially diverse than us, and partnering with them to create these opportunities to, for our students to explore those areas. Much of our school community has embraced the whole LGBT movement, and that's been very good here. Whether it be creating the bathrooms, the non-gender specific bathrooms, and being respectful, and we hung the pride flag. That's worked out very well here, and our students have been very accommodating. I think truthfully, in these areas, it's going to be the same sort of thing, I think. But again, we need the education, we need the learning materials, the books, the speakers to come in. Again, partnerships with other communities that are more diverse. I think that there's a whole multitude of things, because we are so behind is the wrong word, but there's so much room to grow in this area that I think that we've got a great opportunity. And Peter, we have a great leader, in all honesty, to lead us there. The ability to partner with him on this is going to be awesome. And I think that you guys are going to be very happy with what he produces going forward in this area.
Thank you. Lisa?
So I know you're aware that we've heard from this movement called Bring Kids Back in Holliston, and I guess they've branched out around the state, and they're advocating for bringing kids back, citing, among other things, research that says kids are not getting as sick from COVID. How do you balance that very understandable push for us to go back to normal? You know, we want to, our kids, their education is suffering, our bank accounts are suffering, parents need to get back to work. How do you balance that against all of the health and safety concerns and just sort of the ever-changing nature of the crisis? You know, I was talking to somebody about this, the Bring Kids Back movement, and they said, yeah, but two teenagers just died in Florida.
Yep.
So it feels like you've got these two completely different schools of thought on what we should do. People who really want us to go back and push hard in that direction, and then you've got, you know, people who want to be more cautious. How do you kind of balance those two things out?
That's really tough, and I mean that sincerely, because having experienced firsthand, you know, my brother passed away when I was 5 of spinal meningitis. Now again, but my point is that how do you balance out so children get it less, except that this one, you know, and when that's one is yours or somebody who you're very close to, how do you balance that out? That's not a discussion that, you know, you want to have. You don't want to, you know, hear about that. And again, over the years, we've had a number of students die. I mean, there's no question about that. No question. I mean, we all know that. And, you know, every one of these is a tragedy, and balancing that out against the kind of the needs of the many. The needs of the many are to, again, have children be in school to facilitate the ability for parents to work either fully from home or fully from a different site. And it is a delicate balance. And the best we can do, and again, nobody here is going to say that there's anything better than face-to-face learning for the children, for the students. I categorically don't believe that anybody believes that. And so, you know, we want to provide, again, the best educational experience, the safest education experience, and sometimes those two things may be in conflict. I do believe that, and again, as I said earlier, I've been a proponent of let's have a good day. Let's everybody wear a mask. Let's do that. Let's have a good day, and then move to a second day and a third day. If we are able to open up fully, my version of fully, where there's some hybrid, you know, we're going to have to be very diligent about how we protect both the staff, because again, we're going to have potentially teachers who are in a compromised group, in a compromised age group, in whatever, just don't want to be here, and you know, may have medical notes, I mean, which are completely appropriate. I mean, the answer is not a simple yes and no is the thing. And I think that I think it's something that's going to, as we keep hearing, is going to constantly evolve. And if Massachusetts ends up having a second wave, like some of these other states, and like some of these states is their first wave, but if we end up having a wave in mid-August, it's going to change everybody's opinion very quickly. If we're staying at the rates we are, which right now we have zero cases, active cases in Holliston, or I should say as of yesterday was 0 cases. I haven't talked to Mike today, but we had 0 cases yesterday, which is why the fields are opening up. I just, you know, I'm a proponent of let's provide the best educational opportunities. And so we just need to make sure that we are doing everything we can between providing sanitizer so people's hands are kept clean, having masks if they're not on the child, making sure they're on the child or available to replace them, of making sure our facilities are clean, making sure we're taking extra caution. Maybe we don't mop the floor today, it's fine, but we have to make sure we do every doorknob, every sink, every toilet, you know what I'm saying? It'll be changing our cleaning practices, but it doesn't necessarily mean more time on cleaning. It's just, we're not going to focus in on certain things. Does it mean that we change our work schedule to go Monday, or school schedule, go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays are off because we need to do a big deep clean and go Friday and Saturday instead? It's kind of one of these things that nothing's off the table at this point, at least not in my mind. And these are things that I think we need to consider, all these sorts of things. And some of them may be goofy ideas. I'll be the first to admit that. But at some point, you have to come up with a goofy idea again, this is about, you hear all the studies about, well, from the 3 months, the children may lose up to 7 months of education. They may be, regressed by that 7 months. And it's like, holy crud. It's like, so how much more can we afford before we're basically saying all you third graders, you're kind of going back to second grade with regards to curriculum next year. And that's the thing. And none of us want to approach it from that standpoint. Not parents, not truthfully, students don't want that. Teachers don't want that. Nobody wants that. So again, it's about this, making sure that we have as good an educational experience as we can next year until medical science catches up. It's kind of like why we quarantined or sheltered in place or whatever we want to call it, because we're trying to let the hospitals catch up to the surge, so that the doctors could then, if you did get COVID, the doctors could then provide, therapies to you to basically not have you die. And so, it's that sort of piece of it with regards to education, is that we want to keep providing as much education as we can, as good experience as we can, until kind of science can catch up to this, so that we can, make sure that then we can be fully opened and have, my 50 to 60 kids on a bus again and go from there. So.
Thanks, Keith. Anne Louise, you had one more question?
I did. It's a little bit of an ad hoc one. Early on in your discussion, Keith, you talked about your experience and how you've worked or run literally every department in the district except for curriculum. And of course, curriculum is at the heart of what we do. And can you talk to how you will approach over the next year curriculum leadership, and how you collaborate with your partners in each of the buildings and central office to drive that, especially in light of some of the challenges we're going to have with remote learning, if we need to pursue that, but not exclusively that, but in general.
I think it was my second year here. We were reducing curriculum staff left and right. Some of it I think was budget related. Some of it I'm not quite sure what the prior superintendent was doing. And she made a statement at one of our admin team meetings that the curriculum was done. They made the statement, curriculum was done. The assistant superintendent for curriculum at the time was a woman named Pat Smith. She slammed something down on the table and the meeting went on and exited. She came into my office, and it was the first time I heard her use a foul word in my office. She closed the door and said a foul word. And I said, Pat, can you explain to me, you mean, the previous superintendent's not correct? I mean, I don't understand. I'm a finance guy. I'm a technology guy. I don't understand. She then took it upon herself to instruct me the fact that curriculum is never done, that it's always evolving, that it's always changing, that it always needs more. It's the R&D for a school district. It's the thing. It's the pump. It's the fuel that keeps the pump or the engine moving. And so, in that, she started including me on her curriculum meetings. I again, just so I would see what was going on. And sometimes when I ask a dopey question, sure. But sometimes those questions would lead to a discussion that would then push them down a different path, and kind of out of the mouth of babes at the time. And so and that continued on. Tim Cornley used to include me all the time. Sarah and I were. It was the year that we ended up with like 8 or 10 kids and 10 students who were doing half-day K. And Sarah and I looked at each other, what the heck are we going to do? We sat down one day and said, well, what about, I'm not sure if she said it first or I said it first, but we ran with it, which was, what if we just put all the kids in full day and then halfway through the day, the students left? What would that look like from a curriculum standpoint? What would we do with that? And so, I've had a long history here of partnering with the curriculum department because, again, I bring the money. And sometimes a fresh set of eyes where it's not being critical and it's not being, it's being inquisitive. It's an honest question that, it sometimes helps ground the thought process and what they're really trying to accomplish. And sometimes it's actually been helpful. And, again, so, would I expect to be, would I be developing curriculum? No. In general, superintendents don't. I mean, that's what you have other people to do. Superintendents are running the district. Would I be partnering with them, trying to provide the resources, having an understanding that, again, this is the fuel, this is the thing that makes our engine go? Absolutely. And, that's the way it is now in my current role, and that's the way it would be in any other role I had here. So, no, I do think that, trust me, I understand the importance of curriculum instruction. There's no question about it. It's why it's in the inner circle. So, and again, we've increased curriculum staff literally from that low point in 2002. There's a minimum amount of curriculum leaders that's in our contract. Some of you may or may not know. It depends on what you've read the contract. We exceed that number by like 4 or 5 FTEs. It's a big number. And again, we don't plan on going down in that. I mean, we know the importance of that. We know the importance of the people who are in that role, the talent of the people in those roles. And, again, there's not going to be cuts in curriculum anytime soon. So.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay.
That's it.
Thanks, Keith. So this ends our prepared questions. Do you have questions for any one of us?
I obviously, and this happened during the screening interview, which is I kind of know things that are going on here, but I don't with regards to at least one member. And so I would just kind of like ask Catherine, look, I know that none of you you're not like one issue type people, and I understand that. Catherine, just talk to me a little bit about the things that either concern you, that you want to focus on. Again, it's kind of like, why Holliston School Committee, why now?
This isn't my job interview. I have a job.
But no, in all honesty, I mean, what, where are your interests? Where do your interests lie? Where do you think we can improve? You may not want to say that, which is fine. But again, where, because first of all, again, if I'm lucky enough to be the interim superintendent, I'm going to need to know these things. And if I'm not the assistant superintendent, I'm going to feel I need to know these things. So,
so I wasn't involved in the creation of these questions because of the timing of all of this. So I was given a question which I have no problem with, but a lot of my area of expertise and my experience lies with more of the questions that Cynthia was asking about social emotional learning and wellness. And I was a nurse first, and then everything else sort of came later. So, certainly that, the COVID piece is a health issue, but I do think that the social emotional piece is going to be a really big burden for us to carry and to address when we go back, because, and I personally think that Holliston Public Schools does a great job of meeting the child where they're at and seeing, what is the behavior trying to tell us. And I think we sort of have to be in that like on guard position of, on a basketball, or baseball ready, as we say. There's going to be a lot more. There's going to be a lot of kids who have fared really well before that are going to need extra help in ways that we can't even really see yet. So I'm on Cynthia's coattails, but I think the social emotional learning piece is just going to be so much bigger than we ever have had to deal with before.
There's no question, that we're going to see, I think, two major things, which is academic deficits, which again, we don't know how much that is, where it's at, because, as hard as we tried with the remote learning, it wasn't going to work for every child. That goes without saying. I mean, truthfully, sometimes, teaching at the child, even in the classroom, doesn't work for every child. You have to do more. And on the social emotional end of things, for a lot of children, their social group is in school. they may not have a social group near their home, in their home, et cetera, et cetera. And so, a lot of students have lost that for the last 62 days of the school year, and now not in the summer and waiting to possibly go back. That's a whole component of it that I think, I think is being underplayed, in all honesty, that the social aspect of what a lot of these children have lost, their social group, again, how they fit into that social group is now changing or maybe dissolved even. So that is something that, again, we're going to have to be very cognizant of going forward. And, this is where, again, I need those couple of good days or a couple of good weeks or a couple of good months so the teachers can build that relationship to see when those deficits occur or lack of that social piece occurs. And so we can work on that. So that's important. So no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, Keith. So process-wise, we are convening again on Monday morning to have our deliberations and perhaps into Tuesday, but I'm hoping not into Tuesday. So that's where we're looking at our timeline. So that's where we're at. We'll be in touch with you.
Thank you all for taking the time. I know I went on for quite a while, and I do appreciate your time in this, and I do know the importance of this, obviously, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thanks, Keith, and thanks for being so flexible in terms of the time.
That'll teach me to be the last one, huh?
Exactly. All right, good night.
Thank you.
Thank you, Keith.
Hi, Keith. Thank you.
So,
And I'm going to turn it over to Stacy. Oh, sorry, Stacy. Go ahead.
No, yeah, thank you. I was
just going to say I'm going to turn it back over to Stacy as our chair to continue the rest of the meeting or close out our meeting and then go to executive session, I guess.
Yeah,
Thanks.
so thank you. Thank you for doing that. And thank you to you and Dawn and Erin Squires and Nicole Bottomley. This has been monumental couple of weeks, so much appreciated. So thank you for that. To the public, so the school committee is going to adjourn into executive session for which we are not returning. We will have another school committee meeting on Monday, June 29th at 9:15 a.m. Again, remote participation where you can see us on HCAT live on Facebook, HCAT streams live on their webpage. They record all of our meetings so you can see them at your leisure on demand, and also on the cable stations, which I don't know what numbers they are, but they're on Xfinity and Fios. So with that being said, I'd like, Lisa?
Can we just tell people that they can feel free to email any of us? Our emails are online on the school committee tab of the main homepage for the district. Email any or all of us if you have opinions after watching these interviews.
Yes, and I would just set the expectation that it's probably better to just email one member, not all 7 of us, and that member will forward it on to the group. So thank you. With that being,
Stacey,
oh my God, you guys, yes.
Yeah, just the last minute for the public. The recording from today will be posted by tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Okay, where will it be posted?
On the hcattv.org website.
Okay, sorry. I didn't know if it was going to be on the school website as well anywhere. Okay.
No, they're not on the school websites. They're on the HCAT website.
Okay. Okay, super. Thank you.
Any other questions before I ask for my motion?
And we're making a decision Monday, so email us sooner rather than later.
By Sunday at 5 p.m.
Okay. Is there a motion to adjourn to executive session for the purposes of collective bargaining with non-union personnel for which we will not return?
Moved by Cynthia.
Second by Dawn.
Moved by Cynthia, seconded by Dawn. Roll call vote. Mrs. Listevnik?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Ms. Koshin?
Yes.
Ms. Savard?
Yes.
Ms. Naborski?
Yes.
Ms. Hanstead?
Yes.
Mrs. Raffi? Yes. It is 7:35. Thank you all, and good night.